Good morning, everyone. To start off today, we'd first like to acknowledge the many different lands we're all attending from. So I'm joining from St. John's, which sits within the ancestral homeland of the Beothuk people on an island that is also a homeland of the Mi'kmaq and their ancestors, and in a province where the Inuit and Nunatsiavut and Nunatuavut and the Innu of Nitassinan and their ancestors make up the original peoples of Labrador. Others on this call will be joining from outside of the province, from the territories and of many different peoples and nations. And so as we spend the day reflecting together on how to build a more just society, we also reflect on the fact that centuries of colonialism has created the structures that disproportionately impoverish Indigenous peoples across this country. So we do hope that these conversations can be a part of shifting that reality in the years to come. And we thank you all for joining us. I'm going to pass you now over to Pablo Navarro, one of the co-sponsors of this event, his organization, for some opening remarks. Pablo, over to you.
Thank you, Josh. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all for joining us today. My name is Pablo Navarro, and I am the Senior Research Officer at the Newfoundland and Labrador Center for Applied Health Research in the Faculty of Medicine at Memorial University. Our center has been collaborating with the provincial health system since 1998 in a combined effort to increase the use of research-based evidence in decision-making. As you will hear through the course of the day, basic income is a new, not so new idea that has re-emerged in the past few years as we have come to rediscover the fundamental role of the social determinants of health in population health outcomes, in our collective health and well-being, and indeed in our community's vitality and resilience. Our gathering today, with over 250 people registered for the event, representing over 75 organizations in Newfoundland and Labrador, and more than a few from outside the province, is a continuation of the long and hard work carried out by the Basic Income NL Working Group, who have helped put basic income on the policy agenda for our province, and Health Accord NL, which placed a clear and unambiguous focus on basic income as a legitimate and critical policy option for our province to consider as we move forward into uncertain times. Before we get started, we would like to acknowledge some contributions that have made today possible. We would like to thank the Harris Center and the Office of Public Engagement for the accelerated grant that is supporting today's meeting, and to thank everyone at the Office of Public Engagement for their flexibility and support through unexpected changes of plans. We would like to thank Drs. Rick Audis, Director of the Center for Applied Health Research, and Brenda Wilson, the Associate Dean of Community Health and Humanities, for their continued interest and support in today's summit. We would like to thank all the summit panelists and speakers for their time and effort, and especially for their flexibility in being open to rescheduling our event. We are extremely grateful to have such an excellent group of people who are intimately involved in basic income. Today's speakers and panelists represent a diversity of perspectives and lived experiences regarding poverty and wealth, wellness and health, and the potential that basic income has to make ours a more equitable, sustainable, and thriving society. Josh, over to you.
Thanks, Pablo. So my name is Josh Smee. I'm the CEO of Food First NL. We're the other co-applicant to the Public Engagement Accelerator grant that helped support this event. And our organization, for those who don't know, we are a food systems organization serving the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. We do work across a number of areas of the food system, everything from on-the-ground programming to support dialogue amongst food producers and food systems organizations. We do policy advocacy. We operate a number of social enterprises. And overall, we work towards a Newfoundland and Labrador where everyone has access to adequate, healthy, culturally appropriate food. And so what brought us to this conversation, of course, is that a huge part of the puzzle, the biggest part of the food security puzzle in this province is income. There are just too many people in this province who cannot afford the food that works for them and that their family and their household needs. And so as an organization, we have been prioritizing the systems solutions that might bring us closer to that goal of true food security in Newfoundland and Labrador. And top of that list from our shop is basic income. For the last few years, we've also been working together to pull together our peers and our partners in the vibrant Newfoundland and Labrador community sector and regionally across Atlantic Canada to think about what some of those big system solutions look like that we might all have in common. So folks working on food security, folks serving vulnerable young people or women fleeing violence, for example. All these organizations can find common solutions. And basic income quickly rose to the top as something that, while not a panacea by any means, would make a tremendous impact across many of the work areas of the organizations you might meet on this call and folks who've been working on this for a number of years now. So folks from that group have been a core part, as Pablo mentioned, of putting this day together. So that includes folks from Choices for Youth, Community Sector Council, Provincial Advisory Council for the Status of Women, the Social Justice Cooperative, and the Homelessness St. Transition House Association of NL, many others. And those folks were also part of putting together a working paper that was released last year that includes a lot of thinking and critically also locally appropriate costing of what a basic income would look like in Newfoundland and Labrador. So I will put the link to that paper in the chat. It's not too much of an onerous read, we don't think. And so that's at basicincomemnl.ca, and we'll pop the link in the chat there, but I would encourage you folks to give that a read and understand maybe what's being put on the table so far in Newfoundland and Labrador. And that'll be also included in a package of materials following this event. Before we start, I also just want to extend a huge thank you to a couple of people, and I don't know if they're on the call yet, who put a ton of work in on the back end. Hannah Wadman-Scanlon and Justin Drover both put a ton of time in to plan this event from their roles over at Choices for Youth. It's a huge shout out for them. They did a lot of the background work that made this happen. We're so glad to see all of you. And with that, we're going to now pass it over to our facilitator for the day, Mika McCurdy. She's going to take us into our day, explain how it's going to roll. Feel free to share insights and ideas in the chat and on social media. We're using the hashtag #BasicIncomeNL. We'll pop that in the chat, and we're really looking forward to hearing from folks on the call today. So thank you, and Mika, over to you.
Thanks, Josh, and thank you, Pablo. Welcome, everyone. As Josh said, I'm going to be the facilitator for today, which just means I'm going to help us move through our virtual space together. I have the joy of keeping time as well as introducing all of our speakers and guests. We're going to start some things off, though, with points of information. So as per usual in a Zoom event, we would ask that you please keep yourself muted as we go through the day. There will be points in which I do invite you to unmute yourself and ask questions, but I'll always cue you for when that moment happens. We're going to be using Slido today to submit questions, and I'll be looking at that all day. So feel free to pop questions in there whenever they come up, and know that they'll be pulled in to all of the question periods as we go through the day. And if your question doesn't get asked in the time that you wanted it to, or with the group that you had hoped to, know that we'll be coming back to them. So we might be grouping questions together and asking them at different points. You're also welcome to post in the chat, and I see that folks have started to introduce themselves there, and I'd welcome you to do that as well. Please let us know who you are and where you're joining us from. We have over 130 people in this event now, and I think the number is only going to keep growing throughout the day. So yeah, please say hi. I would love to know where you are and what brought you to our virtual time together. I also want to apologize. We do not have an ASL interpreter with us today as intended. We've been working with the Newfoundland and Labrador Association for the Deaf, and they were not able to find an interpreter in time for this event. However, they are working with us still to ensure that this is an accessible event, and there will be translation recorded with the recording of this event following it. So if someone is looking for ASL interpretation, know that that will be coming following the event. In the meantime, we do have live captioning. And if live captioning is something that you would like to use, please select the CC button, closed captioning, at the bottom of your screen where the toolbar is. There's an option that says captions, and you can turn that on. We really apologize for any disruptions and are really grateful for our partner NLAD for continuing to work with us on the accessibility of all of this programming. If you have any technical questions throughout the day, please message Heather. Heather is managing all of our backend. Thank you, Heather, for being our, kind of the other half of this dynamic duo for the day, so that we can ensure that this event is running smoothly. Please reach out if you have any questions. So with that, I'm really excited to move into our first speaker. We're going to be moving into a basic income crash course. This is meant to be an introduction to basic income, so that we all have a shared language and understanding to start our day with. And I'm going to welcome and hand it over to Sheila. Sheila, thank you so much for joining us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mika. And thanks everyone for the invitation to do this. It's so exciting to see so many people, some old friends for me, hi Dan Meads, and some new ones, Sheila O'Leary, just recently. So this is great. I also want to congratulate Basic Income Newfoundland and Labrador for the amazing work that's been done already, especially the policy paper. So my talk now, and Mika, since you're the timekeeper, I'm hoping that you will give me some warnings every once in a while. I believe the definition of a crash course actually is too much information in too little time until you feel like your head is exploding. So that's what I'm going to do in a sense. But if people get mired in the detail, I thought I'd start with the key messages that I kind of want you to take away from this right off the top. So first is that we've been on this road for a while. We're getting closer. It's still an uphill battle. And as the Newfoundland and Labrador report says, we've got a short runway. So, the pressure is on. The second big thing is that policy and politics are really messy. So anyone who thinks that any one strategy is going to work, or that there's a direct line from evidence to good policy, that doesn't happen in the real world. That was my world for 30 years inside the federal government for a while. And hi, Aisling. And then the third and most important point, I think, from my 10 years outside government in this movement now, is that the more we can work together, collaborate where we can, complement, leverage, amplify each other's work, that's going to make us more effective, and it's going to increase our odds of success. So I'm going to start with just some selective history, and it's really hard to pick and choose, and apologies for leaving things out. But I start relatively recently in the 1960s with Martin Luther King Jr. And his call for a basic income as part of a way to overcome racism and poverty. And that influences a lot of us in Canada as well, I think, and you see it now being picked up recently in the Black Lives Matter movement on both sides of the border. Around the same time in Canada, we had the Kroll Report, the Royal Commission on the Status of Women. Both had recommendations for something leaning towards a basic income. We didn't get those, and critics will say, well, if it was such a good idea, why didn't we do something about it? Well, like I said, it's messy and not a straight line. But what we did get out of that was old age security and the guaranteed income supplement, which is essentially a basic income for seniors. Then we had Mincome in the 1970s. Lots of people know about that. And then just recently, we found out the results of that. That's learning that builds for us. The 1980s, some of us would kind of like to ignore because that's where we almost got to a basic income. But it was a period of austerity. The benefit on offer from the government was rejected by Labor because it was too low. And then skipping to the 1990s, the story is kind of interesting because then we got kind of the next arm of basic income development in Canada through the Canada Child Benefit. So this new system developed in the 1990s is really instructive because it did start with a national framework, the kind of thing we probably need now. Interestingly, there was no mention of language around guaranteed annual income, which was the terminology at the point. They wanted to distance themselves from that. This is about being nice to children, but it is in effect a partial basic income. The other thing that's really interesting there is that there was an analysis done by child poverty advocates of how much the benefit really should be. And it certainly didn't start out that way, but it has grown over time. Another lesson. And then in the 90s, we had Social Security review. We had the Newfoundland and Labrador economic renewal process, which included a recommendation for work on basic income. Interestingly, from my perspective, that it was the federal bureaucrats who nixed that one. And it's not a surprise to me at all. What did surprise me is how little is known about this. And I think we should advertise it more because it's an important lesson in the history of the basic income movement. I was actually working around the edges of the Social Security review, and I didn't know about this when it was happening, which means that we can't keep secrets about things we want. We need publicity, I guess, is the lesson there. Then around, I'm skipping to 2008 when Basic Income Canada Network was created as an international affiliate. We started getting involved in all of the work that's been done internationally. And I think that also has been really supportive of our movement in a number of different ways, because it gives us so much more to draw on than just the Canadian experience. One of the downsides of that added kind of a wrinkle, I think, from the Canadian perspective, was the amazing effort that Andrew Yang made to sell a universal basic income in his presidential run in the United States. It got a lot of attention in Canada, but people started confusing what a basic income was and is and how it would work in the States and how that probably wouldn't work in Canada. So if you're starting to read about basic income, don't start with the Americans, is my advice on that one. What we do have that was built on the more Canadian model, next up, is from 2015 to 2019 was the Ontario Basic Income Pilot. Again, so much to learn from that. It kind of gets dismissed because it was canceled, but there's so much learning out of that, including the process of how you actually design it, which was really well done. There was consultation with people in the movement. There was wider public consultation to design the different elements. So you get buy-in as you design it. And I think that's something we need now at the national level. In January 2020, we released, the Basic Income Canada released our policy options document, and I'm going to come back to that. And it's really encouraging to see that there's so much other modeling being done at the provincial level. That's really important and is going to help everything move forward, I think. There's been in recent years, I mean, the early years of this movement were such a struggle. In recent years now, I mean, there's new basic income organizations, there's new allies joining the basic income movement from other areas. We've got bills in the House and the Senate, we've got champions, and we've got SERVE, which, although not a basic income, also gives us some really interesting lessons. I'm going to really skim over the issue of the alphabet soup. So there's so many acronyms out there. The newest now is EBI, which is Emergency Basic Income, which is being used internationally to describe pandemic benefit type things that came and went quite quickly. The bottom line is, it doesn't matter what you call it. It doesn't matter what the name is or the acronym. You need to know what the details are. Like, you need to see the program outline. So that leads me then to looking at what we define in Canada as the core elements of a basic income, which differ a little bit from the international ones. So we agree universality, we'll come back to that in a minute, unconditionality, It's periodic, which means it's a regular payment, not a one-off, not something that's temporary that comes and goes. It's a cash payment. So it's there are no strings tied to it. You use the cash or, deposit in your bank account, however you see fit. It's delivered on an individual basis, and it's adequate. So this is primary in Canada, not so much historically in the international debates. So, I mean, one of the things we really want to do is reduce inequality and poverty. So just the general idea of a share in the Commonwealth that, everybody should have the same thing, that doesn't work so well here. And it doesn't fit in with the kind of models we already have. And when you do that, if you can fit it into an existing structure, it makes it easier to adopt. Really excited that across the movement now, we are just, I think, probably days away from adopting a consensus statement that will help clarify exactly what the kind of parameters are around a basic income movement that the vast majority of people in Canada want. Hopefully so that politicians don't keep saying we're confused. There are too many things out there we don't understand it. Excuse me. I'll also say a couple of words about some of the criticisms or alternatives that come up, like we can't afford a basic income because it will have to pay for it by abolishing all of their programs. What we'd be better off doing is having universal public services. So what our view of this is that income and services work in synergy, and they complement each other. The more income people have, for example, in health, the less likely you are to burden the healthcare system, but that health service is always there when you need it. Basic income does not in any way replace or minimize the need for specialized services for people with disabilities, for example, or for climate disaster relief. It doesn't mean that we don't need laws and regulations. It doesn't mean that we don't need charitable activity. It does mean that those things are going to change, though. And what I find encouraging with some of the municipal work that's being done and provincial and territorial work is that people are starting to look at what might change and what new options to do things better might emerge as people imagine a basic income world. Now, a couple of minutes on some of the big debates that are out there. Universality is one of them. Like I mentioned, Andrew Yang in the United States proposed a $1,000 benefit for everyone, regardless of any other income. And there were two problems that we see with that. First of all, $1,000 isn't really enough for people who really need income to be able to survive. And it goes to a lot of people who don't need it. Their response to that is that somehow through the tax system, you will claw that back. Now, clawback is an interesting term. It's used in a lot of ways, and it's used interchangeably sometimes with what we refer to as the benefit reduction rate. So that benefit reduction rate means if you have other income, your benefit gets reduced very gradually so that you keep most of that other income, but your benefit does go down. And that happens automatically to make sure that you don't end up at the end of the tax year with a whole lot of money that you have to give back. Hugh Siegel also makes the point that rich people are really, really good at not paying taxes, and they're going to find all kinds of ways not to pay it back. So the idea of universality is, for us, like healthcare, it's universal access. It's there when you need it, but you're not going to get it when you don't need it. We can improve on our delivery and how responsive the benefit is, and that all helps a lot. The other big debate that seems to be emerging as really important, I think, in Canada, just even very recently, is the idea of an incrementalist approach versus a further, faster, we really are in a crisis and we really need a new systems approach. There are, watching some of the submissions that are being made for the pre-budget consultations, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives in the alternative federal budget has, has a proposal for 4 pillars that are leaning towards a basic income. It's not at the level of adequacy that we want yet, but it does take a systems approach. There's the Canada Disability Benefit, which we have good hopes for and support, but that's for people with disabilities, and you know that people are going to be left out by definition. The Maytree Foundation has come up with a proposal for a very small benefit for people in very deep poverty. So the debate for us, I think, is to what extent are some of these other proposals stepping stones, or are they diversions, or are they in some cases a reinforcement of deserving and undeserving divides? So that brings me now, moving along relatively at pace, I think, I hope, to the Basic Income Canada's Network policy options document. So what we did is similar to what Campaign 2000 did on the child poverty side. What we set out to do was design a basic income that met our criteria, that delivered on the goals that we want, and set the benchmark for everything else that comes afterwards. We were really pleased that we got the support of so many experts, including people in the Parliamentary Budget Office. And quick diversion on my part, lots of people refer to the PBO work. It's important to understand that the Parliamentary Budget Office people are really good, and they've been super helpful and whatever, but they themselves acknowledge they are not policy designers. They are not advocates for basic income. They do what MPs and senators ask them to do. So you have to consider the origin of the work that they're producing and consider it in that light. Some of it's really helpful, some of it may not be. We are the advocates. We designed this. All of the experts we brought in had their own ideas, and they said, like, we do it this way and we do it that way. And our response was, thank you very much for your advice on our project, but this is still going to be our work. And they stayed with us, which was remarkable. So we start with goals based on principles, goals that we can actually deliver in policy terms. And they are not just about poverty, but they include preventing poverty, reducing inequality, because some of the proposals we've seen have resolved the really deep poverty issue by taking money from people who are almost in poverty. We don't want that. So we want to reduce inequality, and we want to increase security, which means this can't just be a benefit that goes to disadvantaged and low-income people. It has to support people up into the middle ranges to provide security. So I won't go too much into the design, but it's really interesting that our benefit level pretty much matched what the government came up with a few weeks later as their CERB $2,000 limit. We have a gradual reduction rate, and we provide ways to pay for it. So this is really important to make sure that the people who can afford to pay for it do, and that you're not taking money from some other poverty programs to pay for this benefit to people. What's also interesting about the report, and we wrote it in as plain language as possible, is it talks about a lot of the federal, provincial, territorial, intergovernmental things that have to happen, and some of the dimensions of that, which is again why it's so wonderful to see a lot of different provincial modeling coming forward, because it gives us so many more options to work with. We developed a formula to treat all of the provinces equally in our modeling, but knowing that each province's social assistance and current programs are so different. And then the last thing I want to talk about is, where is the support for basic income? I have 1 minute left, right? So it's everywhere. Like I said earlier, it's so amazing now that we have champions in the House and the Senate. We've got long-term people who have been involved in this. You're going to hear from some of them today. We've got pilot participants who have an experience that can't be forgotten now. One of the questions we're asked is where cabinet ministers stand. And the interesting thing here is that we think now in Minister Gold, we have someone who is very sympathetic, but she certainly does not have the green light from her government that Carla Qualtrough does on the disability benefit side. So again, just to conclude, we've got so many ingredients for success. It really depends on us building public and political support, and that takes working together as much as we can to keep amplifying everything that we're all doing. Just get loud. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheila. And what a great reminder and call at the end there that this is a movement and does take many parties. And I really appreciated kind of discussing the historical overview of the movement as well, and breaking it down into kind of lessons learned as we go. So building on those lessons learned in areas of expertise, we're going to move into our first panel for this morning. And this panel is going to be broken up kind of in two parts. We're going to hear first from Kristen Lowett and Bruce Knox. We'll take a moment for some questions because they'll need to leave earlier and we don't want to miss an opportunity to pick their brains. And then we'll hear from Stephen Wallenitz and Mandy Rainingbird, and we'll take a break and then we'll come back and do a more fulsome Q&A. If you do have questions following Sheila's presentation, I'd encourage you to use Slido now and start putting them in. I'll also note, that you're welcome to put them in the chat as well, and I'm paying attention there. So our panel now, Basic Income in Atlantic Canada, Progress and Opportunities, is to give you a sense of the different ways the basic income movement is being advanced in the Atlantic region, but not specific to us necessarily. So I'm going to invite Kristen to start us off. And Kristen was one of the authors of the Fisheries Case for Basic Income. Kristen, are you there? Can you wave at me so I know where you are and to highlight you?
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me?
Perfect.
Okay, you see me and hear me? Perfect. So first of all, thank you for inviting me to participate in this. So I'll just share, I guess, a few sort of insights and considerations from the case for basic income in the fisheries, which I was sort of one member of the team helping to put that together. So it is a case that emerges as part of Coalition Canada's Case for Basic Income series that probably many of you are familiar with. So this is the case for fisheries, not exclusive to Atlantic Canada, but certainly I think very relevant in response to some of the priorities here. And we had sort of strong representation from Atlantic Canada on our team to put this together. So I'll briefly acknowledge who those folks are, and the case is also on Coalition Canada's website, and I believe some links were circulated in advance, so you can read this more fully. So other members of our team who contributed to this effort include Hannah Harrison and Philip Loring at the University of Guelph, Christine Nod and Barbara Neese at Memorial, Deirdre Walsh with Municipalities Newfoundland and Labrador, Rachel Waymer with EcoTrust, and Andy Wilson with the Native Fishing Alliance. And one other I will mention part of, I guess, sort of developing this sort of case, we also led a session at the 4th World Small Scale Fisheries Congress, which took place in St. John's this past June. And we were able to convene a panel there of different speakers to sort of read the brief and respond to some of the key sort of priorities. It was what they saw for basic income in the fisheries from their perspective, including contributions from fishers, labor, and industry perspectives. So fisheries, as we are discussing them in this brief, are defined to also include small-scale fisheries, subsistence, as well as fish processing. And so the broad context that we're responding to with this, which I'm sure probably resonates with many of you, maybe the communities you're from, are the kind of social and ecological kind of changes and restructuring in the fishing industry. So intensifying pressures from rising fishing costs, competing coastal activities, changes in fish stocks themselves, concentration, consolidation of things like quotas and licensing, and making it harder for new people to enter the sector. So one of the core ideas when we convened as a team to talk, put together this brief, was thinking about this idea of precarity and how to sort of lessen precarity and to enhance dignity around work and livelihoods. So there's sort of four main themes that we've kind of considered, and I'll briefly sort of touch on them. And so they're labor and livelihoods, sustainable food systems, climate resilience, and Indigenous self-determination, and how basic income might intersect with each of these in the fisheries sector. So in terms of sort of labor and livelihoods, here we're touching on considerations of seasonality, the EI system, as well as how to support new entrants into the sector. So we suggest that a basic income might help to address some of these potential precarities, while alleviating potential inequities related to the kind of racialized and class and gendered nature of work in the sector, especially pertaining to fish processing. So, as I'm sure as many of you know, about 40% of sort of fish harvesters across the country take extra jobs in the off season to support themselves. Increasingly, occupational pluralism being promoted as a way of making employment in a seasonal industry sort of more attractive. And potential issues with this may include finding work in their local communities, finding work that allows them to return to fisheries, balancing different schedules, occupational health and safety requirements. And for processing workers, there can also be, changes to season lengths and shift schedules that might limit their hours. So we suggest that a basic income might offer a way of supplementing stabilizing seasonal employment that allows people to remain in their communities, potentially have more control over their work choices. We spent quite a bit of time considering the employment insurance system in our discussions. And there, of course, is, the fishing benefits as a form of EI that's evolved to meet the particular needs of that sector. And we're not suggesting that there isn't a place for EI or that has to go away, but we're suggesting that basic income might provide sort of an income floor. So in the event that, there's seasonal variations in quotas or catches, associated potential earning reductions, then basic income provides sort of an income floor. Similarly, for processing workers, EI is still based on locations and hours worked. It can be challenging sometimes to get enough hours to qualify each year. And so again, a basic income could also help to kind of provide some of that floor and potentially decrease the precarity of those workers by improving sort of working conditions and reducing their dependence EI with its potential penalties associated with accessing workers' compensation, working outside the sector in the off season. Supporting new entrants is also, a key sort of challenge facing the sector. So, we don't think that basic income alone is going to solve that, but it could potentially make it, more attractive or more feasible for younger people or new entrants to enter the sector and provide some income security that, new entrants might need to sort of weather some of those economic risks associated with entering fishery employment. So the next thing we touched on in the brief, which I'll mention, is around sustainable food systems. So also recognizing that, fisheries are not only parts of, economies and regional economies and communities, are also central part of sort of food systems and feeding people. And so we think that a basic income in the sector might particularly benefit the small scale fishing operations and smaller seasonal plants, which are most vulnerable to, rising fishing costs and often the least supported within existing systems. And so supporting the small scale sector, we suggest, is also crucial for sustainable food systems, as it's often the catches from these fisheries that are most likely to be most directly available and accessible for residents of coastal communities and for consumers in local and regional markets. Climate resilience is another idea that we touched on, and here we're thinking about some of the links between income security and adaptation to ecological challenges and risks, as well as who's most likely to bear the impacts of climate change. There's emerging work around climate justice, suggesting again that smaller scale fisheries are most likely to also be burdened with these impacts. And so putting in place a basic income now before the impacts of climate change become even more severe could be a proactive step. Lastly, we had some Indigenous representation in our team from Andy Olson with the Native Fishing Alliance, which we're really grateful for. And we've been considering, of course, that when we're talking about basic income, this has to be done in ways that support autonomy and self-determination of Indigenous communities. And so we've had some initial discussions as a team, and certainly want to kind of do more sort of engagement with Indigenous leaders on these questions about the potential role that a basic income might also play in supporting fishing as a livelihood and traditional food harvesting activity in Indigenous communities as well, and also supporting sustenance fisheries for keeping food in communities and supporting traditional food access. So I think that is hopefully about the time I have allocated. So I will wrap up there, and happy to take questions now, or I can stay around for another 20 minutes. So whatever works best. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Kristen. I think we'll let Bruce speak next, and then we'll ask both of you some questions following that, if that's all right. Bruce Knox is going to be speaking next, and if you're in the St. John's area, you might recognize Bruce from his work with the City of St. John's, but he's joining us today to share his expertise on the municipal case for basic income. So Bruce, thanks for joining us. Floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. So nice to see so many familiar faces around the Zoom call today, and thanks for having me. For those that I don't know, my name is Bruce. I used to live in St. John's for 12 years, currently calling Kingston home. And over the past year and a half, I've been working on a case with the Ontario Basic Income Network, the Basic Income Canada Youth Network, and then Coalition Canada Basic Income on a case for basic income for municipalities. As I'm sure some of you have heard those conversations happening in and around St. John's over the last 2 weeks. But I thought I would do a bit of an overview of the case itself, kind of talk about how it was developed, some of the key findings, and then talk a little bit about what's happened since. So what is happening across the Atlantic region. So essentially this case that we came up with was developed in consultation with councillors and mayors across Canada. So we did have representation from Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, Ontario, Saskatchewan, Alberta, BC, and as far up as Yukon Territory. The names of those folks involved are listed on the case, but I do want to do a special shout out in case he's here to our colleague Wei Mason in Halifax. Was one of the founding members who helped us build this great team. So essentially the case for basic income for municipalities was kind of created in a sense that municipal councillors felt like they were taking extraordinary measures to address poverty and inequality in their respective municipalities. And then sort of building on the idea that poverty has a downstream effect on municipalities as sort of the front line delivery of public services, and then some social services as well, depending on jurisdiction. And they felt that with the limited funding streams and revenue streams that municipalities have, they were often sort of taking on downloaded responsibilities from provincial and federal counterparts. So there were sort of three kind of key themes that we based this case off of. The first is that, like I said, municipalities were struggling to keep up with the downloaded responsibility of providing essential public and support services. So it was felt that a basic income could help municipalities provide better services. A lot of the discussion we had was around the challenge that councillors had to ensure that those services remained affordable for the residents, because it wasn't an option to make public and social services unaffordable for their respective residents. And it was quite interesting that some of the counselors were more conservative, and they sort of approached basic income from a sort of financial economics perspective, and others approached it from a social perspective. But that one key piece that sort of brought everyone together was that they were all very concerned with ensuring that services remained affordable. And with COVID-19 and sort of everything happening, they wanted to make sure that everyone had access to basic services. And some of them even gave examples of when people run short of food, when people are houseless, they're sort of that first line of contact, and they find it very, very challenging to sort of have to manage that responsibility with the limited revenue that they have. So the next piece was sort of around when people have a sufficient income, municipalities are better equipped, like I said, to ensure that they have better access to public and good social services that they need. And the last was about improved financial stability makes it easier for residents to participate and contribute, as well as invest in their local economies and communities, sort of in a sense that basic income can help build community. We did talk a little bit about social determinants and how municipalities are often responsible for some of those key social determinants. Some municipalities were responsible for housing, others were not. And essentially being able to make sure that everyone can participate in community. There's been great research out of the pilot project in Ontario about how when people have a sufficient income, it provided them with autonomy and control over their lives that they didn't have prior, and it improves their overall livability of communities as well as population well-being. Let us see. So I thought I'd talk a little bit. I won't get into the dynamics of the group much. I'll talk a little bit about what's happened since, because it's been very interesting to see the result of this come out, where some counselors that were involved were super keen to sort of take this to the next step, engaging their counterparts, engaging their colleagues in their own respective municipalities, but then across their own respective provinces. And we've had other counselors who participated on our working group and actually didn't want their name listed on the case itself or to do any real engagement or advocacy afterwards, because they didn't feel comfortable being an advocate for basic income, but they still saw the value that a basic income would have in their roles and in contributing to the case. So it's a bit of an interesting, strange dynamic there. But I'll talk a little bit about Way, Mason, and Halifax, who I think it was back at the end of June tabled a motion with the city of Halifax, whose mayor, Mayor Savage, is a big supporter of basic income. So they put a motion forward and had a unanimous vote to sort of advocate for basic income to provincial and federal counterparts, which is fantastic to see. And like I said, Way has been a big advocate for basic income in the Atlantic region and helping us build this case. In New Brunswick, things are really starting to kick off now. Moncton just voted unanimously to write a letter to the Prime Minister, to the Premier of New Brunswick, to MLAs, I think MPs and senators, calling on the implementation of a basic income. And the city of Fredericton is actually going to be considering a similar motion as well. Apparently the mayor of Moncton is quite a strong advocate for basic income, so that was really great to hear. And recently there was the Atlantic Mayor's Congress, where a colleague of ours who's going to be speaking up soon, Mandy, spoke about basic income. But overall, New Brunswick colleagues are doing some great work there to engage counselors in framing a guaranteed livable income. And they're sort of talking about how it can help municipalities address housing and houselessness, lack of affordable housing, as well as the social determinants. On PEI, my home province, things are unfolding a little differently with municipal elections coming up, with the upcoming Basic Income Now Atlantic Summit. Colleagues there have actually decided to hold off on full municipal engagement until 2023, because there's lots of other incredible work happening out of PEI right now. You know, you do have the Premier of Prince Edward Island with all parties on PEI writing to the Premier to support a pilot of a basic income on Prince Edward Island. So I would say for anybody interested, PEI is a great place to watch to see what's going to happen in the Atlantic region. And then I actually wrote down in my notes here in Newfoundland and Labrador, which is funny, but in Newfoundland and Labrador, we know we've got Deputy Mayor O'Leary putting forward a resolution for basic income. And I actually just saw in the minutes yesterday that it's going to be postponed another week. So I'm sure everyone there is going to be keeping a close eye on what's happening in St. John's. But one other province, I know it's outside of the Atlantic region, that I did want to mention. In British Columbia, things are unfolding quite quickly as well. We've got colleagues there working out of Victoria. And the way that they're actually pushing the basic income motions forward is that they're actually going through the provincial municipal body. So they're going through BC municipalities to engage other communities across the province. And that's an approach that I know other councillors that were involved in the case are sort of doing. So a lot of them in the West in particular felt that in order to gain better support for a basic income, they had to actually build it from the ground up first. So they wanted to have some time to engage their colleagues, find like-minded folks, and sort of build this network of municipal councillors and mayors across the West who were in support of a basic income before they actually started tabling motions, because there was initially discussions amongst the working group as well to bring forward a resolution to an FCM meeting, so Federation of Canadian Municipalities. But it was felt that with the group of people that were there, they did have to sort of build a groundswell before they actually tabled anything, for fear that it would just get shot down without enough background and support. So making sure that everyone was clear on what exactly they were asking for and how it would support municipalities and the work that they're all doing, which I think is particularly relevant to the conversation that's happening in St. John's as well. And I'll clue things up there. I see some questions coming in the chat, so I'll hand it back over to you, Mika.
Thanks so much, Bruce. And I'm, yes, noting a number of questions coming in for you and Kristen. So Kristen, if you're there, we'll invite you back, and I'm going to try and pin both of you. Great. So I'm going to start off with a question for Kristen. Intensifying pressures mentioned with basic income for fisheries, has there been consideration of the significant impact that the corporatization of fisheries has had?
Sure. So I think we don't, I don't know if it's an issue we address explicitly. We mentioned in the introduction to our brief, and I think that's an important kind of part of the context, and we're thinking about, you know, how the benefits from fisheries are being distributed, right, and where that's going, and who's benefiting from kind of fisheries and fisheries resources and the profits that are earned. So I think a basic income potentially, you know, if we're thinking about newer entrants to the sector who face, you know, rising fishing costs, licensing quotas being increasingly sort of expensive or not available, basic income potentially, well, you know, I don't think it's not going to provide the full capital cost that someone needs, you know, to enter a fishery, could help lessen, you know, potentially some of the income and economic kind of precarity associated with trying to enter the sector. So that's sort of one way that we're approaching it in this brief. And I think also trying to bring attention to some of the particular inequities that smaller scale fisheries face within this sort of broader context of consolidation, as you're mentioning, and the types of tools like basic income that might support smaller scale harvesters and plants and processors.
Thank you. I'm seeing a question for both of you, and maybe Kristen, you can start us off, and Bruce, you can pick it up. Many fishers are operating from very small municipalities. Any thoughts on how these small, all volunteer councils can get engaged in the basic income conversation?
Sure, I can start and then hand it over to Bruce. So I guess one thing I'll say is, so this brief is, so it's posted on Coalition Canada's website, and it's, it's sort of targeted more to sort of, politicians and federal politicians as the main audience, but hopefully there are, insights or ideas there that can start these discussions in different contexts. And so I think one of the key aims would be to kind of see this hopefully taken up by different groups. And, we really want to, I think, as a team, kind of think about this as a living document and continue to have kind of some of those dialogues and conversations to further develop some of the ideas here, particularly in response to, community feedback and sort of, lived experience of fish harvesters. And in the session we hosted at the World Small Scale Fisheries Congress in St. John's, I think, we had some representation from, labor and fishing sector on that panel. And I think many of the ideas sort of broadly resonate with some of the kind of struggles there. So I hope this is something that can be taken up at a municipal level. And I would really sort of encourage, that dialogue. And I know our team who's working on this would love to continue to kind of develop these ideas in collaboration more with the communities that might be taking them up. Bruce.
Thanks, Kristen.
Yeah.
I think that's a very interesting question, and it sort of made me reflect a little bit about the group that we had around our table developing the case for municipalities, because I mean, I can't say for certain, but I'm quite confident that all of them are paid positions because they were from more medium-sized cities. But in terms of engaging volunteer municipalities, I would say that for many of those councillors and mayors, a lot of the issues that are faced in urban centers probably do translate to smaller municipalities around wellness and livability, and essentially I guess a lot of the social services probably wouldn't remain, but the one thing that I would say is that I saw across all municipal councillors, they all were very concerned about their constituents. What I would say is the same for rural and smaller municipalities. In terms of engaging with the basic income community and the movement, I think that that's organically going to happen as basic income sort of builds more interest and people see the value in it. And even though it is coming from an urban center, in terms of the advocacy in some sense, I think for anybody who's interested, there's obviously always space. And like Kristen said, these are living documents. So if there was a gap in terms of including something about smaller and rural remote municipalities in the case, we'd certainly be interested in including it. So if anybody knows any colleagues in those communities, certainly feel free to connect them with us. We'd be happy to have conversations.
Thanks, Bruce. And perhaps you could put the contact information in the chat, because I know that there are a number of people joining us today from across the island and Atlantic Canada, which is many, many small communities made large. Kristen, I'm noting another question for you, and perhaps we'll take one more question for Kristen and then one more question for Bruce and move on to our next two panelists. Have there been studies related to food security being jeopardized with almost all fishery resources being exported to other countries?
Thanks. And just note, I also just put my email in the chat if anybody wants to reach out about this case. So I think there certainly is, more research around food systems, food security, fisheries. I would say in general, compared to agricultural systems, fisheries is sometimes sort of less represented in some of those discussions. But there are certainly both kind of within the global south, and I think with also in sort of more developed country contexts, research around the important role of small scale fisheries and sort of livelihoods and local food systems and food security. And I think the export sort of oriented models do a few things. One, it sort of treats fish entirely primarily as a commodity without recognizing some of the other sort of values that surround fisheries, be they kind of cultural or for nutrition and for local livelihoods. And it also tends to be for, especially for smaller scale harvesters, sort of less power and control within those kind of longer, much export oriented value chains where, larger processors or distributors or retailers sort of control those chains and capture more of the kind of proceeds and profits there than fishers. So there is certainly, I think, more and more work looking at the centrality of small scale fisheries within food systems, within local livelihoods, for indigenous communities and contexts as well. And I'm, there's a couple articles that come to mind I can think of that I'm happy to provide, links to if anybody wants more details around that. So thanks.
Thank you, Kristen. And for our last question for right now, for this round, for Bruce, what can municipal politicians do beyond passing motions at council? What's the most effective way to advocate? Perhaps based on the work that you've done so far, if you've seen some best practices or maybe wise practices, what would those be?
I would say engaging in the conversation and continuing to engage in the conversation as it moves forward. Passing motions and resolutions is fantastic to see in municipalities to show the support, but municipal councillors could also engage with their counterparts provincially without a motion, federally as well if they have those relationships. They could engage with like-minded colleagues who want to talk about a basic income, join conversations with Basic Income Canada, and I would say besides, yeah, I will leave it there.
Thank you. We're going to, and thank you both for joining us with the limited time that you had, and we're going to say goodbye to Kristen for now, but folks, again, her contact information is in the chat here, so I think reach out. And the same to you as well, Bruce. Thank you for making the time to jump in and back into St. John's time. We're going to move next to Stephen Molynitz. So Stephen is a member of the Religious Social Action Coalition here in Newfoundland, and they have been doing a lot of organizing locally around basic income, and they have been doing so for a while, sort of a leader in our local space. I'm going to invite Stephen to speak now. Stephen, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I been toying with what I could say while traveling and sitting in airplanes and airplane lounges. We're an advocacy organization. I'm not sure we're the strongest one. We are a coalition of faith groups that cut across the gamut of the spectrum, from the Jewish community Havurah, of which I'm president, to the Muslim Association and the United Church, Salvation Army, mainstream groups. We have been pressing for an end to poverty since 2006. We talk primarily to politicians at election time. We talk to those involved in anti-poverty strategies, and we're talking now. We're not on the ground in the way that many people who presented are, dealing with the technicalities of the universal or guaranteed basic income. It is our sense that it is the best available means to, if not end, certainly reduce poverty in our society. It's an argument which has been building. Listening to previous presenters, one might get the sense that it's reaching some kind of a tipping point going forward. I'm also a retired, or not so retired, political scientist from Memorial University. And I'd like to talk a little bit about how one might bring that idea to fruition. And the argument that I'd like to toss out, it's not one that I've talked over with other members, directors of the Religious Social Action Coalition, because it really came to me while I've been mulling, what can I say about this. And it's simply an argument that this is an investment, the universal or guaranteed basic income is an investment that we can't afford not to make. There are lots of cases that can be drawn for guaranteed basic income. I think many of us come at it from the point of view of social justice. I sense that many of the municipal leaders are coming at it from a more pragmatic point of view, that it's something that needs to be done because existing programs don't work. Well, in the course of my teaching and research, I've studied welfare states. These vary considerably. One of the tricks to establishing social programs is establishing sufficient support. Supposedly, the programs we provide supply a universal safety net. Well, you don't have to be on the ground to realize that that safety net, certainly in Canada, but in many societies, has lots of holes in it. And any of us who've imagined jumping out of a building know that safety nets need to be solid if they're going to work. They can't have holes and tatters in them. Ours does. In an emergency, we're willing to deal with the consequences. I was struck a couple of years ago when the warehouse at the community food bank burned, that people were willing to step up and find more space in another warehouse. But no one asked why so many people had to rely on food banks. And so it has often gone in public discourse. Even if guaranteed basic income is an idea which is coming of age, it's going to need, if it's going to be implemented, a lot of skeptical people have to be convinced. Well, one of the things I've thought about as political scientist studying parties is how does one do that convincing? How do you give something in the current jargon legs? I would suggest that one way to do it, particularly for Newfoundland and Labrador, but also for Canada as well, is to consider our situation. The Harris Center has done numerous studies of our demographic profile, pointing out that it is unsustainable. We have an aging population. We need more people in the workforce if we're going to sustain the social services as limited as they are now throughout our scattered population. The problem exists in healthcare, in spades, and in many other ways. One response to it, a very active response that the province has made, is its immigration strategy, bringing in more people, diversifying our population, something which we're very much richer because of. We're no longer the homogeneous vanilla society, at least in and around St. John's, that we once were. And the province is struggling to make sure that more immigrants stay. Yet if you look at our system of social services, in many ways, it's not been adequate. We're discarding people through systems of social support that don't provide enough for people to live on. One consequence of that is people live under all kinds of stress. The Health Accord has most recently studied this and realized that this actually increases our cost. I would argue, and I'm pretty sure the data would bear this out, that not providing adequate income for a number of people involved is a very bad investment that in the long run increases our cost. It allows poverty to reproduce ourselves. guaranteed basic income is needed to provide the measure of security so that everyone has housing, has enough to eat, so that children don't grow up in poverty, so that people can retrain for an ever-changing workforce. Think about it. We can't find enough computer specialists, but we have people who don't get the training and education among the population we have now to become those computer specialists in future generations. Will a guaranteed basic income solve that in the short run? Not alone, because you still have to provide the education that people need, the family supports, and everything else. But it would be an important step in ensuring that we are not, in effect, discarding people, enabling them to have the security that they need, the education that they need, the retraining that many people will need as the economy changes, or just the money to survive in a gig economy, so that people can be meaningful participants. I would suggest that one argument that could be made as this debate takes shape and it meets opposition, people say, we can't possibly afford that, people will just sit back and not work, is that we can't afford not to make those basic investments. We're getting to that point in healthcare. We understand that with roads, dams, despite the fiasco of Muskrat Falls, we understand that we need to invest in infrastructure. We need to invest in the environment. But if our society is going to thrive, we need to invest in people as well. And we need to make our system of social supports work for everyone. And I would argue that I don't have the expertise on the ground, that guaranteed basic income would be an important step in that direction, and that we need to persuade politicians, whether on the municipal level, the provincial level, or the federal level, to try it further. I know Prince Edward Island has applied to be a pilot project. I suggest Newfoundland and Labrador would make a very useful second pilot. Let's see what can be done. I know that we can do better, and that is essentially what the Religious Social Action Coalition has been advocating. And we can do better drawing on the tremendous amount of work that people have done, looking at the technicalities, the ins and outs. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stephen. We're going to wrap up our panelist conversation with Mandy Rainingbird. Mandy is a member of the Atlantic Basic Income Summit Organizing Committee, and we're going to kind of expand our conversation now and look at the Atlantic movement as a whole. Mandy, could you wave so that I can find you on my screen? And make you our speaker. Or perhaps unmute and say hello.
Mika, Mandy's there as Elizabeth K. Rainingbird.
Oh, thank you. Mandy, the floor is yours.
Now, I would say it looks like she has frozen on us, which is the first time that's happened this Zoom meeting morning. That's not too bad.
No, it's required every meeting at least. So perhaps Josh, if you wouldn't mind reaching out to Mandy, and we'll move to some questions now to start our conversation and come back to her, if that's all right.
Sure will.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll invite all of our panelists to kind of show or turn on their videos again. And oh, there you are, Mandy. Never mind. Okay. Technical issue averted. Now we've got that off our plate, and we can move on with our event knowing we did that one. Okay, Mandy, the floor is yours.
Hi, Mika. Thank you very much. I have to share my screen if I could, and the host has disabled my screen sharing.
Should be able to do so now.
I'll try again. Oh, perfect. Okay. Can everybody see it?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I can't do anything without my PowerPoint. So, excuse me. I want to thank you very much for allowing me to participate in this panel. It's very exciting to have a cross-province discussion with so many participants and to see this interest in basic income. I'm the chair of Basic Income Nova Scotia. As was mentioned, very involved in the Basic Income Now Atlantic Canada movement currently, and also on the steering committee of Coalition Canada. I just wanted to mention my name. My nickname is Mandy. My last name is K. Raining Bird. Raining Bird implies I'm Indigenous. I am not, but I was married to an Indigenous man, and my children are members of the Cree Nation. And that, of course, brings up the fact that tomorrow is Truth and Reconciliation Day, and I think it's really important to think about that and to recognize that the missing and murdered Indigenous women's final report in their calls for justice called for a basic income for all Canadians, including Indigenous people. For some reason, it's not moving. Okay, there has been quite a bit of activity around basic income across the provinces. The report on basic income in Newfoundland and Labrador has been a very important move, and I'm not going to talk about the details of that. Other provinces have also discussed basic income and engaged in activities in a variety of ways. The one I wanted to focus upon briefly is the PEI initiative. As most of you probably know, in 2020, there was an all-party report calling for province-wide implementation of a basic income. The report and its recommendations were accepted by the legislature, and the Premier accepted the responsibility to immediately go to the feds to request engagement on a demonstration project. This has not come to fruition to date, but regardless, there continues to be support from all leaders of all parties in the province, and currently a group of economists, retired and current politicians from PEI, and advocates led by Coalition Canada are developing a proposal that can be brought to the federal government to hopefully engage them in discussions on implementing a demonstration project that would last about 5 to 7 years. The demonstration project might be seen as a way to begin implementation of a basic income across Canada, just as Saskatchewan became the impetus for implementing universal health care across Canada. The Basic Income Now Atlantic Canada group was first convened in 2021, so it's a relatively new group. It was the joint initiative of the Tamarack Institute and the Sisters of Martha and Antigonish in Nova Scotia. And it's a group of individuals and advocacy groups that have come together with a common interest to advocate for a basic income. There's a smaller group that has been formed, the planning committee that tries to do the work behind the scenes. And the planning committee has members from all of the Atlantic provinces. One of the first actions that we did as a group was to develop a consensus statement. And I'm happy to share these slides. You can access the consensus statement through these slides. It's currently been signed by 39 groups and 250 individuals, and I would encourage people who are attending here to sign it as well. The intent of the consensus statement was to speak with one voice on what we want to see with a basic income and why we want to see it. So I'm going to talk briefly about the consensus statement and what we want to see. We want to see a livable basic income guarantee, and the principles of the basic income guarantee that we are advocating for are consistent with those that are included in the National Forum consensus document that Sheila was talking about, and also consistent with principles developed by Basic Income Canada Network, Coalition Canada, Basic Income Canada Youth Network, and Basic Income Nova Scotia. Whoops. The definition is a direct payment from government to ensure that everyone has a sufficient income to meet their basic needs, participate in society, and live with dignity regardless of work status. And these are the principles that are embraced, that it's unconditional, subject only to income and residency. It's an essential component of a broad safety net, so it would not replace other essential universal supports. In fact, as other speakers have said, many of these should be enhanced. That it's sufficient, so it's set at a livable level. It's responsive to changing circumstances. So there has to be a simplicity in access and a frequent delivery, and that it's respectful of autonomy, so payable to individuals to be used for their sole discretion, and respectful of Indigenous self-determination. So understanding that and respecting the autonomy and rights of Indigenous people to determine whether and how a basic income would be implemented in their communities. And now I'm going to talk very briefly about the why. And the why is something that I'm sure that people who are listening to this panel are very familiar and supportive of. So the why is because poverty is high in the Atlantic provinces and across Canada. And it's worst, of course, for the most vulnerable. For example, those with who are racialized or those with disability, because we know that poverty is debilitating and expensive, and this was discussed briefly by a number of other speakers, because welfare or income assistance is completely inadequate, and as is shown on these figures, across the Atlantic provinces, income assistance is well below the deep poverty line, to say nothing of the poverty line. Because too many jobs are precarious, as Kristen was talking about, and all work is paid work, and all work needs to be valued. Because targeted cash transfer programs, as Sheila talked about briefly, such as CCB and OAS-GIS, confirmed the benefits of a basic income, and because a basic income would benefit local and regional economies. This is money that would go right back into our local communities. because the climate crisis and pandemics put people at greater risk. And we know that very well and have experienced it very directly over the past week. And because all people deserve to have their basic needs met and live dignified lives. Another action taken by the Basic Income Now Atlantic Canada group is that we are also organizing a summit meeting. The summit focus is going to be somewhat different from your Newfoundland Summit meeting. It's going to be focused upon elected officials and Indigenous leaders. And it's the intent is threefold. First, to provide information about basic income. The second is to provide information about the PEI project and where it is and how it can be supported. And the third is to have a panel on cross-jurisdictional, cross-party collaborative strategies. Another action that has coincided with the work that Bruce Knox was talking about was that Wei Mason and I, on behalf of the Basic Income Now Atlantic Canada group, presented to the Atlantic Mayors Congress, and there is a resolution that they are considering, but they've chosen to go back to talk to their local municipalities before voting upon it. And those are the points that I wanted to make in my presentation. I also, in these slides, have included a number of links that you might find useful, including, as some people have asked for, the Case for Basic Income series, frequently asked questions, links, and some of the national organization sites. And with that, I'll close out my presentation. Thank you very much, Mika.
Thank you very much, Mandy. Folks, we're going to take a small break now, and when we come back together, we'll host a Q&A for with all of the panelists who joined us this morning. We're taking a full 10 minutes, so please join us back here at 11:05-ish, say 11:05. In that time, feel free to turn your videos off. Please keep yourself muted. I'll call you back when we are gathering again. And if you are thinking of questions that you'd like to use in the Q&A, please note the link in the chat to the Slido. Slido is the question aggregator that we're using for this event. And Josh has just put it back in the chat for us. So please post your questions there. I'll be referring to it for our Q&A. So thanks so much, folks. This is our break time. We'll take 10 minutes now and we'll call you back shortly. There are a number of questions that are coming up around cost and competition between existing programming. So to reduce poverty, while basic income is being discussed and considered, wouldn't it be easier? Sorry, I'm just trying to find the question. We're going to start again. Right. Would it not be easier to push for making the current programs accessible and substantial? So, for example, could income EI be switched to BI, for example? Sheila, could you start us off?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. The answer is no. The way all of these other programs are structured are so different from a basic income that you cannot easily do that. The way the employment insurance program runs is based on a long-standing agreement amongst the federal government, employers, employee organizations. It's very rule-bound. It actually meets some needs potentially that a basic income doesn't. So there's no reason at this point to either think about getting rid of EI, but you also can't change EI to be a basic income. You also can't change social assistance to be a basic income because it's founded on opposite principles. It's punitive, it's rule-bound. It does all of the things that do not give people dignity and agency the way a basic income does. So simply increasing rates, which, I mean, people desperately need money, but that isn't the system solution. Some of the other ideas that have come forward are not too wild, though. I heard one at a conference a while ago that all you have to do is take the age requirement off of OAS-GIS, and you're done. So that no matter what your age, it's not quite that simple. Some of the other recommendations coming forward from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, from some others, are making adjustments to the Canada Workers Benefit. So that one comes directly from the feds. It essentially, is based on income, so it targets the people who need it. And it has conditions that can be fairly easily removed by the federal government. The other really good one that I think we don't talk about enough is the GST credit. It was used as one of the vehicles to roll out pandemic money. It is for low-income people, singles, families. It's all just based on income, and it doesn't have conditions. It is the most universal direct cash transfer that we have in Canada, but if that's all you get, it's certainly not enough, but it's an interesting vehicle.
Thanks, Sheila. Mandy, Stephen, would either of you like to follow up on that? Any comments you'd like to add?
Do we just jump in, Mika? Okay. Yeah, I think that Sheila gave a really nice overview of the problems with just implementing or the possibilities of just implementing with current programs. I just wanted to add a few little things. One of them is that if we were to convert OAS-GIS, the current OAS-GIS benefit, if that's all that people are living on, would need to be increased to be sufficient. And certainly with the policy options document developed by BICN that Sheila talked about earlier, that was one of the comments that was made, that if it was folded into a basic income, or if it was not folded into a basic income, that there would need to be insurances made that it was as equitable with the basic income, or equitable with the basic income. So sufficiency is an issue. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is, if it's implemented through the CRA, through the federal taxation system, which I think is a good idea, and certainly our experience with CERB showed that it could be done quickly and it could be done quite efficiently. There are other considerations, and I think the audience here is very aware of them. One of them, of course, is how many people are actually filing federal income tax, and Indigenous people in particular, but many poor people do not. And so there would have to be a very important effort made to ensure that accessibility was there, if that were the implementation system.
Thanks, Mandy.
Can I add to what Mandy said too? I agree with her entirely. One of the things that the international analysis of pandemic benefits noted was that there were many more user-friendly delivery kinds of things developed. And there's lots of potential for us to do that in Canada.
Thanks, Sheila. And Stephen, did you have something you wanted to add? Could you unmute yourself for a moment?
It seems to me that if you want guaranteed basic income, big, whatever one calls it to make a difference. You need to put that in place, and then as it is there, see which of existing programs need to be modified and eventually are still needed. The problem indeed is with who's filing taxes or who is in the system. But one of the last things you would want to do if you want to provide income with dignity is to provide it through existing welfare systems. That is not going to break the cycle of poverty. We've seen, I think, enough that for the most part, it doesn't do it to the degree that we would like.
Thanks, Stephen. And I think I'm hearing a bit of a theme here around, kind of trying to challenge existing systems because they are stigmatizing as they stand right now, and basic income being a bit of a departure from that norm as a way to establish, again, to your point, dignity and equity to individuals who are kind of excluded from that to date. To follow up on that, we do have a question in Slido that's gotten a number of upvotes here, which is how can we ensure people living in poverty and BIPOC and migrant communities who face additional systemic barriers are centered in this conversation? Could you maybe give some examples from your work on how you've done that so far? Anyone's welcome to start. Maybe Mandy, you can start us off on this one.
I think that the need to center BIPOC, racialized people, people with intersectionalities that lead to vulnerabilities, greater vulnerabilities, is needed, and it's not adequately, groups are not adequately represented to date within the advocacy movement. And so I would encourage involvement and reaching out. One of the things that I'm doing through Coalition Canada with a colleague of mine is to reach out to national Indigenous organizations and develop a dialogue with them around how we can work together to implement a basic income and to understand what form of a basic income is important for Indigenous people. The organizations that we're having conversations with currently include include AFN, the National Association of Friendship Centers, the First Nations Indigenous Governance Center, and others. And I think those dialogues are of critical importance and could be expanded.
Go for it, Sheila.
Yeah, so one of the things that we, pre-COVID, when we were having in-person conferences, North American ones, one of the things we did in Canada in particular was to really try to work with Indigenous populations, specifically when we were in Winnipeg, and Black and other underrepresented populations throughout our congresses. It's a really big chicken and egg question, and it shows you the need for a basic income. I'm a white woman, obviously. The other half of my family is Black. My niece heads up Black Lives Matter in London. Those populations that are so affected by so many intersectional issues just don't have the time and the bandwidth and the resources to participate in everything. Like it's really hard. Alex helped us, do a video, but like the expectation that you bring people to the table when they're just in survival mode much of the time. listening even just to conversations around municipal elections in Ontario. There's a whole crew of old white retired men who have been acclaimed in their positions because nobody else can afford to run. There's a democracy issue at the center of this too. It's really hard. I don't know what the answer is, but if we had a basic income, a whole lot of people would have more time to participate in civic engagement.
And Stephen, from your organizing work, oh, sorry, go ahead, Mandy.
I would just want to mention a couple of other things. One is that the Basic Income Canada Youth Network has members who are BIPOC and that has been a focus of interest in that group. Also, I would refer people to the recent reports developed by LEAF that have, that have focused upon gender and disability and the care economy and basic income. So they have really focused attention in that area with that report.
Perfect, thank you. And Stephen, with your organizing work with the Religious Action Coalition, could you kind of speak to what have you done to bring many diverse stakeholders to the table into this conversation? How has that organizing worked for your group?
That has not been a principal focus of our activity. Again, we are not on the ground per se, organizing people. Primarily, we've been an advocacy organization talking to policymakers. I'm pretty sure all of us would agree that in any broader discussion, of course, these groups need to be included, but one can't do everything all at once. I think enough of us have tried to know that.
Thank you. Yes, an excellent point too, in such a large and complex conversation. I'm seeing some comments in the chat that I kind of want to highlight here, which is Ali pointed out, EI was switched to serve basically overnight. It demonstrates a real lack of political will, which I think, Sheila, you had noted the need for that, particularly in your opening remarks. And then there are some questions looking to the future. So if basic income is implemented, what would the effects be to current programs? Would they exist in parallel, or would they be reduced, eliminated? And then in that vein of looking to the future, how might basic income impact employment, especially minimum wage jobs? Who would like to start with that one? Sheila, I think we're going to hand it to you.
And I was looking at Stephen because I think earlier he sort of answered the beginning of that question, is that once you get a BI in place, then you find out what happens to some of the other programs. Like, you don't abolish anything. Once you solve that fundamental income security problem, then you tend to see what's left. So it'll be really interesting to hear the pilot participants this afternoon, because, you know, they give you lots of clues as to what might change. So we saw in the survey that we did, for example, that a lot of people who had physical and mental health problems very, very quickly started being able to reduce medications or even go off medications entirely, with their health improving. Things changed fast. So then you find out, is there a need for this program? Or is there still a need, but there are not so many clients? You can actually pay more attention to them and really solve their problems. Or you can develop programs more democratically, so they're not imposed on you the way many things are through social assistance, but that they're developed, you know, by the people who require them. So I think there's a lot of potential for things to improve there. On the employment side, it's the same thing. Everybody worries about employment. There's work, people work, there's always work to be done. People are going to want to do that. What a basic income does is give you options.
If I can jump in, this is really would have to be a learning experience. Now, government programs tend to perpetuate themselves. People, bureaucrats develop stakes in them. So one would have to encourage something that is rare, continuous policy evaluation. A lot of policymakers don't have the capacity. The Newfoundland House of Assembly doesn't have that kind of analytical capacity to engage in debate in the way that it should. So it has trivial debates. We don't know what programs would be invented. None of the proposals I've seen for a guaranteed basic income would replace the need for other programs in the short run, nor, to answer Marion Party's question to me, would they eliminate the need for food banks in the short run. There are all kinds of interventions that might be needed. It seems to me that the hope and the reason that so many of us are interested in this is that fewer of these interventions would be needed in the long run. You're not going to change McJobs in the short run, but you're going to allow people to live better. You're not going to eliminate the need for someone who is earning income, suddenly unemployed, to make mortgage payments unless we have a totally different housing system. And right now we can't get enough of the kinds of housing needed. So that's not where we want to go in the short run. But one would have to encourage an openness to reassess and see what is needed, not necessarily year by year, but every 3 years, every 5 years, what the uptake on different programs would be needed, what kind of targeting would be needed. I talked earlier about a kind of discarding of people who might participate meaningfully in economy and society because they're preoccupied with food. You are not going to give people the life skills just by giving them minimum income. You need other kinds of support, ways that people can learn to see a transformative effect. One would have to go back to say, well, what happened when medical care programs were implemented, the National Health Service in Britain? How did people change and see? But the most relevant experience would be what's happening in our own communities and being open about that to needs, not being locked into existing programs, but figure out how to phase them down. Not easy from a political or bureaucratic perspective, but necessary.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm noting our time here, and we have about 5 more minutes for our question and answer period. This is certainly not the end of the questions, and I know we can go quite deep in this conversation, but I thought I'd kind of pull us back for a second because we had a great question about clarifying some of the acronyms. This is a very acronym heavy day, as any good technical conversation is, and it was, what's the difference between universal basic income, UBI, and guaranteed basic income, GBI? Yeah, Mandy.
I think about the difference in 2 ways, and I think Sheila mentioned this a little bit in her presentation as well. The first is universal, or the notion of universality is different in the two. For a basic income guarantee, it's universally accessible for those who need it. For a universal basic income, it would be provided to everybody regardless of need. And that's not what, for example, the national organizations in Canada are arguing for. The second major difference that I see is one of sufficiency. Basic income guarantee advocates are arguing for a level of support that would ensure that somebody with no other income would be raised to or above the poverty line, whereas a universal basic income oftentimes is a small amount that's given on a monthly basis, oftentimes say $500 a month, or as Sheila was mentioning, Yang was arguing for $1,000 a month. Neither one of those are going to raise somebody with no other income out of poverty. So.
Thanks, Mandy. Didn't Steve or Sheila, did you want to add anything else to that, the differentiation between the two?
I think Mandy's explanation was really good. I would again caution about using acronyms. Sometimes UBI means unconditional basic income. So as Mandy said, you have to look at the program details. There was a question in the chat about Hugh Segal not supporting universality. They're different models, and it gets technically complicated, but the way our modeling report shows is you can do it either way and get the same result. But the sticker shock of what Mandy was talking about, if you gave everybody $2,000 a month, the multi-$100 billion sticker shock of that up front is politically and publicly enough to just send everybody running. And that's what opponents often focus on, is that model, because they don't like it and they highlight that cost thing. The basic income guarantee model, it runs the way seniors and children's benefits do. It's very consistent with the approach Canada takes that's worked really well. And if I can add just one tiny thing, there was somebody in there said that if it depends on the tax system, there's always a year-long lag. No, it doesn't have to be. It is now, but it doesn't have to be. CERB proved that.
Great. Well, thank you all very much for both your remarks in your presentations, as well as participation in this Q&A. Thank you so much for joining us. Folks, I'd love to do a virtual round of applause for these three panelists, as well as for Bruce and Kristen, who joined us earlier. You can use the reactions at the bottom here. Let's just give a round of applause, and thank you very much for your presentations. Hello, folks. It's 11:55 in St. John's, I should say. And I'm going to hand it over to Josh to introduce our next speaker.
Thanks, Mika. I will be very brief. Just again, thanks to everyone for this morning. I think it was a really solid, grounding conversation that helped set the stage for where we're going to go this afternoon. And one of the important places that we are going to go is to get a sense of how this conversation and this kind of thinking is playing out at different levels of government and in different policy processes that are on the go right now. One thing that those of us here often bring up in our national circles is that Newfoundland and Labrador is in something of a unique position, in that we're going through a period of really substantive policy change in social policy, especially first with the Health Accord delivering its report, and now we are heading into a new social and economic well-being plan. And so I'm very glad that Minister John Abbott, the Minister of Children, Seniors and Social Development, was able to join us today to speak to us. We've been in contact with his departments on the basic income file for some time, and the department's doing a wide range of work in the area of social and economic well-being. So very excited to hear an update and some thoughts from the minister. So I'm going to hand the floor over to you, Minister Abbott. Thank you again for making time for us. And you will probably, there you go.
I'm in, I think.
You are indeed.
All right. Good to hear your voice and see your face on the screen, along with many others. And want to thank folks for this invitation to address the group here today, and a special, I guess, acknowledgement of those who are involved in the organization of the summit, because it takes a lot of work, I know, to pull this off, and the breadth of skills and knowledge presented here this morning. I got to listen to the last half hour. I think we're going to be in good shape for this afternoon's discussion. And again, heard Sheila and others on, and want to thank you for taking the time to contribute to this summit, because we need the insights and knowledge and skills that you bring and others bring to our, I'll call it our local discussion around basic income. I think I said in my little bio, in terms of who and where I am in terms of my current role as minister and as an elected official, but I've had, from my work in the community and elsewhere, certainly been following a lot of discussion, a lot of the papers written on basic income, however defined. Certainly an advocate of moving in that direction here in Newfoundland and Labrador and across Canada as a whole. And so I've gotten to know many of the players in the local community that are really working on this and advancing the agenda. So for my part, making that transition from the community, from the public sector, where I spent a good part of my career, into the political world, and taking the results of advocacy on any particular issue, but in this one specifically, it's certainly a learning, I'm on a learning curve for sure, and how to advance a very complicated, potentially costly, but in the fact that there may be new monies required, obviously, to advance this particular type of policy initiative. It's certainly taxing my skill set and knowledge of systems and how to advance those issues. So we know has happened or is attempted to happen internationally. We looked at some of the papers coming out of Finland, for example, and again, some positive, obviously, outcomes there. We see where Wales has announced something recently in terms of focusing on youth, and we know that California is doing something similar. And that certainly caught my attention, certainly because I'm a minister responsible for children and youth here in the province as well. When we look at things that are happening nationally, some of the examples, and I know there'll be a presentation on this afternoon from Ontario's pilot, what Manitoba has done, looked at in the past, again, and then the work that the BC committee addressed in terms of moving forward. And again, there's some good findings from that work that can impact the work that we do here in Newfoundland and for the country as a whole. So sort of paying particular attention to whatever experiments around basic income that we can learn from, and to look at any Newfoundland solutions while we're waiting for a larger national approach here. And again, we look at what's happening in terms of where the federal government may or may not be. I guess I'll use the word experiment with CERB has taught, I think, certainly the federal government and provinces, as well as the country as a whole, what are the positive attributes of a basic income approach, certainly in economic crisis situations that we faced with COVID. What can we learn from that? What are the incentives, disincentives, whether it's work-related or other, because there's some political challenges, I think, that we need to recognize, and I'm certainly starting to recognize, that at the local level here in Newfoundland, for instance, when you talk to certain employers, whether it's true or not, but the reality is that the comments that have come forward around CERB and that's currently disincentive for getting people to work is a reality, and we have to address that head on in any future design of a basic income kind of approach here. We see some of the costing that has been done, and I think Sheila and others mentioned, potentially some big numbers depending on how you're defining it. If it's a universal basic income, yeah, we're talking hundreds of billions of dollars, I guess. But if you're talking something, a guaranteed basic income that is targeted to certain cohorts, well, those numbers drop significantly. And there's been some costing done for here in Newfoundland and Labrador, depending on which model or approach you look at. Still significant, but quote unquote potentially more manageable for us if we were to work in tandem with the federal government on this approach. What can we learn from the OAS GIS system? That is a model that has worked to certainly raise seniors out of poverty, but is it enough to keep them out of poverty? And some would suggest, certainly in today's cost of living world, that's probably needs to be addressed. And there was a 10% top up for those that were 75 of age and older, again, with an attempt to help with cost of living for those folks. We are in discussions with the federal government around the proposed disability benefit. Again, targeted approach to a particular population that would need and has expressed, and I think there's no argument that could benefit significantly from a basic income kind of approach. And we've been very supportive of that. We're trying to obviously working with the federal government to define how that can work, what would be the impacts on any other programs and services or financial programs and services that are offered to that particular cohort of in our community and across the country. But I'm working on the premise that will be implemented in short order. That will be a significant benefit here in this province for sure, based on the number of people who've would have defined a disability and need that financial support. So we then sort of bring it down to what I call the provincial or a local level here in Newfoundland and Labrador. So we have our basic income support program. One could argue for it or against it as a basic income program, but there's all kinds of caveats on that and conditions, and people referenced earlier about the issues around applying the dignity and issues around equity and all of that. So one of the things I'm interested in doing in my tenure here in the department is we're doing a review of that program now. So to look at some of the negatives in that program, and to make sure we can bring that forward into the 2022 era and for future generations. So we want to, there's certainly a consensus within the department that we need to quote unquote clean that up. At the same time, we are increasing and have increased benefits under that program one time and ongoing, and we're looking at what we can do and should do on a go forward basis. But in the spring, we did increase, and we did provide a one-time benefit for individuals as well as families. We've also increased the income supplement and the seniors benefit supplement as well, all in an effort to help folks with cost of living and to bring them closer to the market basket measure, even though that keeps obviously moving down the track, and we're really certainly playing catch up, and we're trying to figure out how we can accelerate our contribution, our payments to individuals, whether it's through a direct payment or through the tax system, so people can be moved along that continuum of income. And that's really, for us right now, what we're looking at is how we can, using that as a minimum, how we can attain the market basket measure for individuals and families on a go forward basis. So I'm trying to gear here any of our policy and program initiatives to focus support in that direction, because it's measurable and we can know how we're doing. And I think in reference to Stephen's wellness point, there, I think I can even get our MHAs and cabinet ministers to get them very aligned with that kind of thinking and that kind of approach. What I've been also doing here as minister over the past short while is making sure my colleagues in cabinet are fully apprised and kept abreast of what is happening. These discussions, where the international and national discussions are on basic income, what our analysis is telling us, and what are some potential options that we as a Newfoundland and Labrador government could consider or should consider in the short and medium term. So those discussions are ongoing, and my job is certainly to keep them apprised of what is happening, and so that we can respond in due course with some of our own measures as we move forward over the next months and year or two. Of course, the backdrop is our overall fiscal and financial situation, with many certainly on this Zoom conference call will know it's precarious, and we have minimal financial flexibility to move on some big policy, at least costly policy initiatives, but we do have some flexibility, I believe, and certainly focused on that. What can we do in an incremental way to make improvements, to make change, to bring us, as I said, further down the road towards the fully a basic income approach. We are going to be dependent, there's no surprise here to anyone, on where the federal government is on this. Right now, it's sort of radio silence as far as we're concerned. But I think obviously advocating at the local, provincial, and national level will, I think, put pressure obviously on the federal government to open up the dialogue to see what is feasible, what is possible, and that we can work together as provinces with the federal government to move in this direction on a national basis. What I guess as a person here dealing with this topic is what I'm most comfortable with at the present time is what are the options on an incremental basis to allow us to move forward. What are some of the programs and services that we have that we can either redefine, reevaluate, collapse, and combine, those kinds of things that can move the appropriate resources into the financial hands of an individual. So we've had the poverty reduction strategy over the previous years, and we've really, that's sort of just stalled in terms of moving forward. There's been significant dollars invested in different programs which are still in place and that are supporting individuals. And we have a vast array of programs and services that are helping individuals well. We have a dental program for some. We have a drug program. We have housing direct delivery as well as housing subsidies. We have other programs through the Department of Health, through our health authorities, throughout. So there's a lot of funding that is out there. It's not, it's, in my view, it's a time for us to make sure we are getting the outcomes we need for some of that funding. But more importantly, can we channel it into more direct income for individuals and less reliant on some services that may or may not be really providing any significant benefit, or maybe providing a benefit to a small few, that we can expand. One of the smaller initiatives we've had, for instance, just recently was around busing for in the greater St. John's area, where we have a metro bus service, and how can we make bus passes available for persons on income support and seniors with low income. So we work with the city of St. John's to do that, and we think there's other opportunities to do that as well. So there's a lot happening, but it's hard to tabulate and measure who's getting what benefit and benefiting from that, and can we redirect some of that funding to really towards a basic income for at least some individuals that would certainly benefit from that in short order. So all that being said, one of the things, and Josh mentioned in the intro, is that we have the health accord, and it speaks to addressing the social determinants of health, and obviously income is a significant component of that, along with housing, et cetera, and the dollars to do that. So the accord has a lot of concepts and principles. Now the question is, how do we take that and put it into actionable items, as it were? So one of the things my department is working on right now is a social and economic well-being plan to take those concepts along with some of the programs and services that we're intimately involved in, and say, look, how can we do this better? And how do we integrate what we're doing in housing or early childhood development or income supports, et cetera, to make sure that, and other programs and services right across the spectrum in government, to provide better supports and services for individuals that would be, quote unquote, the target group for basic income. So that work is ongoing, and so I think that will be very helpful for us in the medium and longer term as we plan different services or new services for individuals. But my focus will always be in how we can increase the incomes of individuals in the first instance, and then what other supports can we provide behind that, and not to sacrifice one to the other, but that I think having the income issue addressed as best we can will be the most helpful for everyone, and for all the benefits we've ascribed to basic income. It's because once you're have destiny, your master, mistress, whatever word you want to use for your own financial destiny, then there are other accrued and benefits that go along with that, which are around dignity, self-reliance, and that you self-direct your life, and you're not dependent on very prescriptive programs and services delivered by the government department or agency. So that's one of the things that we're trying to look at. And so that gets me back to what I would see as trying to target some early initiatives along these lines around basic income, picking specific cohorts, and how can we support them going forward. And that's the kind of discussion we're having internally, sort of literally as we speak. Where we'll end up, I'm not 100% sure, because I had to make sure all our cabinet colleagues are on side here. But certainly in my conversations with them, I think they certainly see the benefits of moving in this direction. The question now is the how, and how we structure our finances to allow us to do just that. So that's really where we are. And certainly from my department and others that are dealing with this, we are dependent on and learning from the literature, the conferences, the symposiums, and the work that's been done collectively by our local community, and the advocacy, and sitting down and discussing these ideas, so that we have a shared understanding of what the benefits are, and I think we all agree on those, and it's a shared perspective, and then how we can move forward over as I said, the next months, years, and eventually engage the federal government in a larger approach to the basic income challenge that's in front of all of us. So I was just going to probably leave it there for the moment, Micah, and then I was prepared to sort of open it up for any questions that people might have, and I think that might draw out more of what I didn't say or should have said, or what I can't say, and we'll keep quiet on.
Thanks, Mr. Abbott. And yeah, there are, I think, a few questions, and folks are welcome again to drop things in Slido. One, I have a kind of a process question, maybe because folks who've been paying attention to this conversation and came up earlier today, there was a motion made in the House to strike an all-party committee around basic income. And we'll hear from Sister Davis later today about the Health Accord, which also made recommendations around it. So maybe just a quick question would be, how do those three things kind of interrelate? The work you folks are doing on the well-being plan, the Health Accord, and the potential all-party committee?
Right. And it is a good question. There's no doubt. Of course, right now, the Health Accord document, and report is in front of us with the recommendations. There's an internal process that's underway. Dr. Parfrey is actually, as quote unquote, one of the authors, is now working directly on this in terms of coming up with, I'm using the word implementation plan, maybe not the words he's using, but is all right. How do we bring life to this document in terms of looking at how to implement? So he's talking with different departments and ministers and sorting all of those pieces out. So we're involved in those kinds of conversations, and we, through our wellness plan approach, we'll be making sure this dovetails quite nicely into the Health Accord. So everything will reference back to that where we can, where it's appropriate, and build off of that. One of the things from a process and we've had this discussion just internally recently, is that the government itself, needs to formally endorse the Health Accord. I mean, we're working on the assumption that, yeah, that's exactly what we're doing, but we actually need to say that and do that, and then that triggers a whole lot of other things internally. In terms of the all-party committee approach, and I know Mr. Din has raised that, and we've had some chats on that on the side in the House of Assembly. Right now, that really, and I've said this publicly, really rests on the, because we're very supportive of moving forward on this. That requires the party House leaders now to actually get together and put that in place. And I know our House leader is government House leader is ready to do that. So that just needs to happen, and hasn't happened yet for that, and that's in their world. I don't think hopefully we're not seeing us dragging our feet on that, because again, that would be very helpful, because building on what we're doing here today, again, a broader cross section can come forward to obviously espouse their views and perspectives on this. Meanwhile, as a department, we're working differently way, and if and when that committee is put in place, we will be obviously providing support, technical support to that committee. That's normally how it would work.
Thanks for that. That's helpful. I think there's a lot of moving parts in this conversation right now, and I think one of the challenges we face is that there's so many places to interact with the policy process right now. It's a bit hard to keep track, so that's helpful. Yeah. Another question I'm going to pull just now from Slido there is someone asking, is there any chance Newfoundland and Labrador could be viewed as a pilot project or a leader towards a national basic income of some kind?
Well, I could say yes, and now I know PEI has put themselves forward in that context with federal government. We understand that hasn't gone anywhere, and so, as I said, there seems to be a bit of radio silence for the time being, and I suspect that will change once we get through the current economic and financial challenges that the federal government is facing. So in the meantime, we'll be continuing to advocate in our communication with federal government our interest of doing just that. And we've said and I think the Premier said that himself, we're prepared to pilot that or any version of basic income that the federal government is interested in doing. And I think if we go back a number of years when the work that Doug House had done and had a lot of really good conversations with the federal government officials at that time. And so, I'm optimistic that eventually we will get there. Just can't say when.
Thanks. Once again, that's helpful. Another question coming for you, Minister, and thanks for taking these. This is great. I'm just looking in the chat here. So, Minister Abbott, you state this is actually from Jim Din, but I think it captures a few things that are in our Slido as well. Just to clarify, is the idea that there would be no new money into this, and this would be thinking of the sort of reforms to the various programs you mentioned. Is it a matter of shifting money around between programs and repurposing them, or is there some consideration of new money going into these programs?
No, fair enough question. I see two tracks here. I can see, and we know we will have to, if nothing else, to get us out of the station, we will need some new money. The other point I was making is that we have some of the programs and services we have, can they be better aligned? And secondly, in doing that, my term realignment, does that free up some dollars to put towards basic income solutions? And then was the third, which was referenced in the discussion with the panel earlier. When we when we go forward with basic income and individuals have dollars, then some of our other programs are not relied on to the degree they are. That also then frees up dollars to put towards expanding whatever your model might be. So there's three tracks as I see it.
Thanks for that. That's a helpful clarification. And I guess moving on a similar track, just thinking about some of those existing programs. One other question I'm pulling from the chat from Marion Party was just around the issue of trust. Marion was pointing out that as a senior, government trusts her to account, not to have to account for how she uses the money or prove that she is at a certain income level. But that level of trust doesn't appear to exist often in programs targeted at lower income folks. So she's asking if you could comment on that and like whether there's some thought around how trust is treated in these systems.
Well, I would never argue with Marion because mainly because I agree with Marion. And yeah, so there's no doubt there is a bias, and that's a nice word, around how we've designed and delivered many of our support services for low-income folks. So one of the things, and we've had this discussion internally, and I will say in terms of the staff here in the department, I think they see it the way I do, and I see it likewise, that we need to remove that bias, and we really need to reframe and redesign. And in some cases, there's going to be training involved as well, but that we really need to get to, as Marion would say, trust the individual to make the right decisions for themselves. And that's where I am. So one of the things I want to see coming out of our renewal of the income support program is just that, to the degree that that's feasible and doable, that we move in that direction. So that's why basic income approach, quote unquote, can and should remove that bias and say, look, here is funding that is for you to help you live your life. And that's all, as the state, that's our only interest, that you have sufficient funds to live in a reasonable fashion. So to the degree we can get there, the sooner the better, in my view.
Thanks. I think that's an important thread in this whole conversation today, to think about how do we remove these like traps of judgment that are through so many of the systems that
well, if I can just make a comment, yeah, if I, and for those around the public policy world, and certainly in government, we have many a policy and many a piece of legislation that is built on the exception, right? And then if you look at it from a risk analysis perspective, you wouldn't be doing that, right? You'd say, you really don't need that policy or that piece of legislation because it's only ascribed to 1 or 2 or 1% or 2% of the people you're serving, but we have it there all the same. So how do you flip that over to say, look, to Marion's point, look, we trust folks. Yeah, there's going to be a person or two or a percentage or two that may not go the way you initially planned, but we, from a risk management, we build the systems and supports and policies around that. So we support the many, and we figure out how we deal with the few.
Thanks for that. And I think that would, if really meaningfully action, that would be a big transformation into how many of our systems work. To have that level.
Josh, if I can just use as an example, I know it was the perfect example right now on our housing side. So we have our housing units, we have 5,500 across the province, and we have very prescriptive. At the same time, we've introduced and are expanding our rent supplement program, which basically says you need support. Here's the support. You engage the landlord, and we will support you in that. But you have the choice. And that, in my view, is an example where we are, we're moving down that road, and we can do it in many other of our programs.
Great, thank you, Minister Abbott. I think we're just closing in on time for this section. Mika, am I right on that? You have a better sense of where we should be?
Yep, I think we are.
So yes, I just want to thank you again for joining us. I think there's some helpful takeaways for folks, and there are a lot of people on this call who are thinking about where do they fit in to this movement, how can they help advance this? And so I think it's been helpful for us to understand the context where it sits on desks in government, where you folks are seeing things moving, because there are a lot of those moving parts. So much appreciated, and there's lots of people on this call, I'm sure, who will want to stay engaged and keep pushing you folks, but also pushing the folks you're talking to, particularly in the federal government, around this conversation, because it does sound like that needs to be a priority going forward.
Sure. And I just put out the offer once you've digested what you've talked about and learned today. I'm more than happy to sit down then with the network/coalition, and just to keep abreast and keep on try to make sure we all, to the degree we can and should, stay on the same page as this evolves.
Great, thank you again, Mr. Abbott. And that's a good segue into our next keynote, which will bring the conversation up to the federal level with MP Leah Gazan, who, as many know, is advancing a private member's bill around basic income within the House of Commons. So Mika, I'll hand it back to you. You probably have eyes on the attendee list. I'm not sure if MP Gazan is arrived and ready to go, but I'll pass it over.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Josh. And thank you again, Minister Abbott. It's a pleasure to have you here and to get to explore what basic income could look like in Newfoundland, especially with your department's support. So this afternoon, we're going to hear from MP Leah Gazan, as Josh mentioned, and then we're going to kind of pretend as if we were all sitting around a table in a conference room together and have a series of breakout room conversations so that you're not just hearing from all of us, you have a chance to connect with the many wonderful and brilliant people in the virtual room here today. Following that, we're going to move into our afternoon panel on the Ontario Basic Income Pilot and hear from a number of the folks who not only researched, designed, ran it, but also participated in it. And then we're going to wrap things up with reflection and reflection back from Sister Elizabeth Davis, who was previously mentioned for her work on the Health Accord. So that's our afternoon together. There is a break in there and lots of time for more conversation. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce MP Leah Gazan. And Josh did introduce you a little bit, but I'm going to add a little bit more context for folks who might not be familiar with your work and your leadership yet. Leah is the NDP Member of Parliament for Winnipeg Centre, and she has been since 2019. She's the critic for Children, Family and Social Development, as well as the critic for Women and Gender Equality and Deputy Critic for Housing. Leah is a member of the Wood Mountain Lakota First Nation located in Saskatchewan Treaty 4 territory. And prior to being elected to Parliament, she was a prominent leader during Idle No More, articulating the movement to the Winnipeg public. She also co-founded the We Care campaign, aimed at building public will to end violence against Indigenous women and girls. Leah, we're very glad to have you with us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And I'm just so pleased to be here today. As was mentioned, my name is Leah Gazan, and I'm the Member of Parliament, very proud Member of Parliament for Winnipeg Centre. And I'm actually joining you today from unceded and unsurrendered Algonquin territory, otherwise known as Ottawa. And I just want to tell you, seeing all the participants here talking about something that is just of such critical importance is such an honor and a privilege for me to be here today to make an address to the Basic Income Newfoundland and Labrador Summit. But before I begin, I really wish to acknowledge the impact of Hurricane Fiona and the devastation it's caused for communities in your province. My heart goes out to everybody that's been affected, and also to lift up everybody who is assisting in efforts to work in the community to clean things up as you move towards recovering your community from this climate catastrophe. But in saying that, I think this storm also reinforces the need for us to double down on our efforts to fight against the climate emergency, which is fueling ever more frequent and severe weather events. And in saying that, I do believe that implementing a guaranteed livable basic income is very much a part of that equation to give people options to transition out of economies and jobs that are impacting our Mother Earth and into jobs that will save our beautiful mother from further destruction. In saying that, I did put forward a bill, just so you know, in the last Parliament in support of a clean, healthy and safe environment as a human right, because I do believe this is a human rights matter. Since being elected in 2019, I have also fought very hard and sought to use my platform in Parliament to support the movement for a guaranteed livable basic income and further the conversation on the need for a guaranteed livable basic income, first with motion 46 in the last Parliament, and more recently in this Parliament with my current private member's bill, Bill C-223, really inspired by the support that was achieved for my motion 46, what I called the People's Motion, developed in consultation with Basic Income Canada, Basic Income Manitoba, guaranteed livable income advocates and organizations from across the country, including disability groups. I see my good friend Sheila Regier online today, who was very much a part of that process. And why am I doing this? Why am I trying to champion this People's Motion? Because I believe that poverty is not inevitable. I think it's a political choice, and that the fact that in one of the richest countries on the earth, it's unacceptable. It is abhorrent that people literally have to use food banks or sleep out on the streets because they can't afford groceries, or rent. And it's a political choice that deeply impacts the constituency that I represent, where 40% of the kids are living below the poverty line. And since the pandemic, more than ever, I see people rolling out on the streets in dire poverty. This is unacceptable. This is a human rights crisis. And as I've said many times before, having people live in poverty, particularly when it's a political choice, is the most violent human rights violation. Poverty costs lives. And that's why last year, when I was reelected again, I very quickly moved to introduce Bill C-223, an act to develop a national framework for a guaranteed livable basic income. The bill proposes a guaranteed livable basic income for anyone who needs it over the age of 17, including people with disabilities, families, single people, students, temporary foreign workers, permanent residents, and refugee claimants. And what do I mean by a guaranteed livable basic income? Well, like and with the support of guaranteed income groups and leaders across the country, I support their vision of putting in place a predictable cash payment that is provided unconditionally by the government to everyone who needs it, not requiring participation in education or work. And critically important in the bill is it's not meant to gut our social safety net, but in fact, it would build on our current social safety net and current and future government supports and programs, not to undermine any that are already in place. And I think that's a really critical point, because guaranteed income bills or ideas of what a guaranteed livable basic income looks like really can mean the difference between sinking people in deeper levels of poverty or lifting individuals out of poverty, which is why my bill is very clear that it is in addition to current and future government programs meant to meet specific and special needs. And in saying that, like I just shared, I don't think that a guaranteed livable basic income is a silver bullet, but I do believe that a basic income combined with a more robust social safety net will provide a concerted effort to eradicate poverty and ensure the respect, dignity, security, and human rights of all people currently living in Canada. And again, I will very clearly state that is why it must be administered in addition to increased investments in things like social housing, healthcare, and other public services, because the guaranteed livable basic income that I am proposing in my bill, the People's Bill, is meant to, in fact, strengthen our social safety net rather than replace it. And I want to be very clear, because we know from other studies that, for example, in the disability community, putting in place a guaranteed livable income, but then cutting all supports meant to meet exceptional and special needs can in fact put people at risk for falling in deeper levels of poverty. Seniors, for example, who may require a whole slate of medications and prescriptions, we need a pharmacare plan to make sure that not all income that is allotted for seniors goes into paying for medication rather than rent or food. We need to change that. It's a political choice. And there's over 100 people in the room right now discussing this. This is not a new concept. for many people in Canada. And we know it is not a new concept. It is not a new idea, because we already have forms of guaranteed incomes that already exist. I'll give you a couple of examples. Low-income seniors, for example, receive a guaranteed income supplement after turning 65. But we know that benefit is not livable. And I know in my riding, there's many people that qualify for a guaranteed income supplement that are living in deep levels of poverty. Another example, we know with disability payment rates, we know that they vary province to province, and none of the disability payments anywhere in Canada amount that would allow recipients to live in dignity. In fact, in Manitoba, the province in which I'm from, current rates for individuals are a mere $1,068 per month, far below the poverty line. And to me, that is completely unacceptable. And it is, inspiring to see disability organizations and individuals from across the country fighting for human rights. But why do individuals from the disability community, why are they always placed in the position to have to beg for human rights? It's demoralizing, and it's a political choice, and we need to change. We need to change that. We need to change that by ending the legislation of poverty. We have legislated people into poverty, and we need to provide an income transfer to people, including those with disabilities, that allows them to meet their needs in addition to current and future government programs and support. And the experience over the last couple of years of the COVID-19 pandemic also reinforces this need for a guaranteed livable basic income. COVID, as we know, exposed many of the gaps in our social safety net, gaps that necessitated the creation of the CERB, for example. And even though we know that the CERB failed to reach many of those in need, thanks to this program, and even in spite of all of the economic disruption caused by COVID, poverty actually fell in Canada during the pandemic. And now that the CERB has been discontinued, its success raises some very obvious, a very obvious question. Why not permanently continue this type of income transfer beyond COVID so we can permanently reduce and eliminate poverty? If we decided, for example, that $2,000 a month in the CERB is the minimum for people to survive, something that was decided, then why then is the monthly disability payment for individuals in Manitoba just a measly $1,068 a month? Or even more in Newfoundland, $754 in Newfoundland and Labrador. When we confirmed during the pandemic that the minimum amount to be able to survive was $2,000. That is a willful choice to keep people in poverty when that was the bottom line, that $2,000. And a guaranteed livable basic income has the potential to eliminate this injustice. Basic income would also give workers leverage. No one would be, for example, desperate enough to take any job offered at any wage, as we witnessed with migrant workers in meat packing plants across Canada during the pandemic. Some that were forced to live in confined quarters, being fed food rations, a breeding ground for COVID-19. They wouldn't have to do that kind of degrading work, work that violated human rights. And as people, they could be given the resources to actually have a choice to refuse a job offer that didn't uphold their human rights. We witnessed that during the pandemic. This, and although I know it's up for debate, I argue that this actually puts the power back in the hands of the workers, giving them the power to walk away and more leverage to organize their fellow workers for better wages and working conditions. It puts the power back in the hands of the worker. But, you know, I want to be clear. I don't think that it's an either or choice. I am in full support of a living wage. I don't think it's an either or choice. But with a JLBI and a living wage, we can have both. We can have good working conditions for all. People are not forced to work in places that you know, violate their rights as workers. And we can have both, in fact, a living wage and a guaranteed livable basic income. Basic income would ensure, in fact, from my perspective, the dignity and survival of people with disabilities, and for those who provide other kinds of work not valued in capitalist systems, including care work in domestic settings, mostly actually performed by women. Women are most often doing unpaid work. If you look at seniors, the majority of seniors living in poverty are actually women, because much of the work that they perform was unpaid. So they work their whole life in work that is not lifted up in capitalist systems. They become seniors and they have no pension. You know, we need to change that. And artists, and I've said this so many times before, I don't know about you, but if I didn't have movies, poetry, books, music, art during the pandemic, during that time of isolation, that's what kept my spirit alive. That's what actually kept my spirit alive. And can you imagine a world without that? This is an opportunity to value the work of artists as an essential service, as essential life-saving service. Now, in lieu of tomorrow, I think many of you know that tomorrow is the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And I think in light of that, it is critical that we acknowledge that the movement for a guaranteed livable basic income is connected to reconciliation and justice for Indigenous peoples. Canada was built on the violent dispossession of lands and resources from Indigenous peoples. And the impact of that violent colonialism is still deeply felt by way of poverty, incarceration rates, and gender-based violence experienced in Indigenous communities. And indeed, 40% of Indigenous children live in poverty, including 60% of those who live on reserves. More than 1/3 of all Indigenous women and girls live in poverty, and a staggering 80% of Indigenous women who are in prison are for reasons related to poverty. Now, poverty is a form, from my perspective, of economic violence that is killing our people. And we know that there is a direct correlation between poverty and the violence that has resulted in the murder and disappearance of thousands of Indigenous women and girls and gender diverse people in this country. To this end, it is no wonder that Call for Justice 4.5 of the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls calls for the implementation of a guaranteed livable basic income for Indigenous people and all other people living in Canada. Now, I know that some critics say that we can't afford a guaranteed livable basic income, but the reality is we cannot afford not to. Poverty is expensive, and even conservative estimates place the cost of poverty on our healthcare system at $7.6 billion annually. The cost of keeping people incarcerated, which I mentioned is linked to poverty, the annual cost to keep one male incarcerated in the federal penitentiary is $121,000 100,000 is a little over 121,000 a year. And for a woman, it's over 212,000 per year for one woman. Can you imagine if we took that money and invested that money into a guaranteed income? Because we know that poverty for many is a direct line into the justice system. And it's not a question of resources. Our government, in fact, and something that I've been talking about a lot in the House of Commons, subsidizes the fossil fuel industry to the tune of billions of dollars a year, and has provided millions of handouts to corporations like MasterCard and Loblaws and the country's largest grocery chains that have made record profits. And I don't know any oil and gas companies that need government subsidies. People need subsidies. We need to invest in people. And even with the grocery chains, during the pandemic, Loblaws revoked its $2 an hour pandemic pay bump up for its workers who were risking their lives to feed us during the pandemic. And during the same time, they reported a 40% profit in the first quarter of 2022. Other countries, for example, the United Kingdom, you know how they're dealing with it? They introduced windfall taxes on excess profits to big companies. And Canada needs to follow that lead and do the same. It's also time to rein in the greed of Canada's super rich elite and big corporations who have never had it so good. In fact, Canada's 59 billionaires increased their wealth by $111 billion during the pandemic. And that was about the same amount of money the federal government spent on COVID-19 support for workers. Can you imagine? This country is awash with wealth, but it's concentrated in the hands of a few. So here's what I want to ask the group today. I think we need to ask, I hope you all agree, I think it's time, instead of doing all this bashing of people living in poverty and placing the ownership of people, or the onus on people to pay for corporate greed, I think it's time to ask the ultra wealthy and the big corporations to pay their fair share in taxes so that we can fund programs like a guaranteed livable basic income that will transform, in fact, the lives of many people, including people in my riding who are barely scraping by, because we actually have resources to put in a guaranteed livable basic income. The only thing we lack now is the political will to do the right thing. So that's why conferences like this are so important, because it's about building a movement that will help us win a guaranteed livable basic income in Canada that will allow millions of people to live secure and dignified lives, not the 59 billionaires that are getting richer off the backs of people living in deeper levels of poverty. And I think this is an idea whose time has come. So I'm asking everybody, and I look forward to your questions, to continue the fight for a guaranteed livable basic income, and certainly support my bill, Bill C-223, to finally put in place a framework for a guaranteed livable basic income in Canada. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Leah. And I really appreciated kind of the macro level conversation you provided, as well as a reflection on the deep need of individual lives for support like a guaranteed livable basic income could provide. We've had some conversation so far today about the need for political will, and you mentioned it as well. And I'm wondering if you could comment a little bit more on what does organizing look like at the federal level among your colleagues across the bench and further down the bench in this case. What is the federal conversation like now that the bill has been tabled, and what are you doing with your colleagues to start building that will?
Well, to be quite to be quite honest, I'm a little bit concerned about the discussion that's taking place. This whole discussion around inflation. Inflation isn't caused by government programs that support people. Inflation and the cost of living is being caused by big oil companies that are making record profits, a tax system where, the ultra wealthy aren't paying their fair share. It's time to tax the rich. We need to push hard for this right now because, the new leader of the Conservative Party, although he's talking about being on the side of workers and everyday people, what he is proposing is, in fact, greater austerity that will be detrimental for those in most need of support. Recently, I went to Prince Edward Island. I met with the Guaranteed Livable Basic Income group there. We're putting forward a petition in support of the bill, in support of a guaranteed livable basic income. That's something we can lift up. But one of the things that I've been calling for in terms of movement building is, I think if we want to push, I know this from Motion 46, there is so many people that support a guaranteed livable basic income. The basic income groups around the country need to organize as a collective whole and push forward. There is databases full of over hundreds of thousands of people, in fact, that support a guaranteed livable basic income. We need to lift up the voices and let the government know there are hundreds of thousands of people across this country that are in support of a guaranteed livable basic income. And if you don't support it, you might not make it in next election. It needs to be that clear.
Thank you. And in your comments, you referenced that the higher our minimum wages, the lower our spend would be on basic income. The more that we increase our social safety net, the more we're able to support citizens in a more comprehensive way. I'm wondering if you can speak to some of the questions we've had today about basic income being in competition with other federally regulated services, especially if basic income is to be implemented through CRA or tax systems. What does your bill envision for how basic income would be implemented so that we are not removing people from services that they already rely on, but in fact giving them more option, more agency, more autonomy?
Yeah. So there's certain things we actually found out during the pandemic. One, the current employment insurance system is archaic. I know through studies that we had in committee, I was on the HUMA committee in the last session, or in last parliament, that the cost of actually revamping the EI system is more expensive than abolishing it and just doing it, creating a new system. We also know that we have a growing amount of young people that are gig workers, for example, and are not paying into systems like CPP anymore and EI because, quite frankly, precarious work is increasing. And we know that those systems rely on people's contributions in order to keep them functioning. So we have a changing reality of work, and we need to change our social safety nets to ensure that they are reflective of the current times. I certainly don't have the silver bullet. I certainly am open to suggestions, but what I can say is that, we know during the pandemic, we know that there was critical issues. Now's the time where we actually have an opportunity to do something different. I also know that there, have been concerns about the CERB, people getting back to work, that people are talking about labor shortages. But if you look at things like or former studies like the MINCOM, for example, the MINCOM study that happened in Manitoba in the 80s, we know that that is the reality for the short term, but not the long term. And we also know that, it doesn't have to be either or. It doesn't have to be, a living wage or a guaranteed livable basic income. But here's the thing, not everybody can work 5 days a week full time. People with complex mental health and trauma. People, we have a diverse community and we're diverse people and we have diverse experiences. Maybe somebody will be successful working 3 days a week, but can't manage 5. Maybe they can have a livable wage 3 days a week and need their income supplemented for the 2 days that, for whatever life reasons, don't allow an individual to work 40 days a week. And we have to move away from placing the value of a human being just on the basis of being a worker, or being a worker in neoliberal systems, in jobs that are valued under neoliberal systems, including artists. The fact that if we don't realize after the pandemic that artists are an essential service, we have a lot of reflecting to do, because I'm telling you, I think everybody can agree. There's 138 people online right now. I don't know about you, but I would have lost my mind without books, poetry, music, movies when I'm locked in my house, especially in Winnipeg when it's so cold in the winter. There's only so much you can talk to yourself, right? We need to support the arts in a real way.
Thank you. And I think we have time for one more brief question with you, if that's okay. So we have a couple of comments here in Slido or question platform that kind of talks about the need for long-term advocacy and what that can do, and how that can be perhaps draining or maybe strategic. So they ask, is it not dangerous for us to be pushing so strongly for basic income while our public services currently don't meet the public needs? And would fulsome universal public services prevent a constant uphill battle?
Well, I've been elected for 3 years now, and I can tell you the hardest battle in that place is getting people support, like big oil. In this budget alone, the government found like $2.2 billion for fossil fuel industries. The first bailout during the pandemic wasn't to people, wasn't to seniors, wasn't to persons with disabilities. It wasn't that. It was big oil. They even had money to buy fridges for Loblaws. So I think we need to push hard. If we don't push hard for human rights, if we don't push hard to put people front and center, if we don't fight hard for things to get support so that people can transition to different economies, so that we can mitigate the climate emergency in real ways, it's not going to happen. These things do not happen because of goodwill. These changes in government, changes in policies, change in legislation happens as a result of public pressure. And elected officials need to understand, and I include myself in this as well as an elected official, that your vote is dependent on specific things. And I would say in this matter, your vote, they need to know is dependent on their support of a guaranteed livable basic income. That's how change happens.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time, Leah. It's been a pleasure to have you with us. And I know you have a busy afternoon ahead of you, so we'll let you get back to your day. But
thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me, and have a great, I wish I could stay. Have a wonderful conference.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Welcome back from our break, folks. I see there are lots of reflections in the chat that I just want to share out before we move on to our next panel. Scroll back. So Brenda shared one point of our conversation was around how receiving one benefit makes folks ineligible for others, leaving them no better off in the end, and how basic income could impact this. Pablo said there was an excellent discussion in his breakout room. Some of the observations that really stuck with him were that the hope that with GLBI, a more engaged citizenship that feels included in society decision-making instead of feeling discarded and unwanted, and the life-changing effects on children who are growing up in poverty. Shara said, I keep thinking about how much we could do with more than 100,000 per inmate if we were to spend it on the proactive side, feeding children, making sure they have a better start in life so they have better outcomes later in life. How much money could we save in health and our justice systems combined? Pamela said, not all landlords are turfing out tenants. Oh, there's a conversation happening in the chat about tenants and housing, which is an interesting one, and someone flagged it. It's a question that hasn't been answered yet, so something we will certainly circle back on. Great, okay. Well, feel free to keep posting in the chat, and we will keep an eye following this panel on the Slido. But for the time being, I'm going to hand it over to Dan Meads, who's going to be the moderator for this panel.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dan with the Transition House Association, and I'm really enjoying the day so far. I have the real privilege of introducing our next panel on the Ontario Basic Income Pilot. We have a diversity of experiences from sort of the academic to lived experience coming up in the next hour or so. But the first thing I want to do is introduce you to my friend Tom. It's Tom Cooper. He's the director of the Hamilton Roundtable on Poverty Reduction. I had to look up his job title because Tom and I have been friends and colleagues for a little over a decade. And every single time I spend time with Tom, I learn something. And I know that that'll be the case for all of you today. So I'm going to stop right now and turn it over to Tom. I'll monitor the questions in Slido, Tom, so you don't need to do that for your friends and colleagues that are going to come after you. Okay. But just know that I'm really excited and grateful that you decided to spend time with us today.
Yeah, it's great to see you too, Dan. And folks may not realize, but Dan Meads is actually an honorary Hamiltonian. So, you know, that's something we're pretty proud of, because Dan has visited Hamilton on a couple of occasions, and certainly his advice and guidance for the work we're doing has been instrumental. So I am, as Dan mentioned, director of the Hamilton Roundtable for Poverty Reduction, and we're a collaborative organization in the city. And for those of you who may not be familiar with Hamilton, we're a city just south of Toronto, about 500,000 people, Canada's kind of oldest industrial center, big steel producer. But back around 20, 30 years ago, the economy, of course, diversified, and it presented a lot of challenges. So our work at the Poverty Roundtable was really trying to understand and respond to the growing depth of poverty in our community that saw nearly 1 in 4 children growing up in low-income households. And certainly for specific groups in the community, for women, for newcomers, visible minorities, Hamilton's vibrant Indigenous population, certainly those numbers could be even higher. And so we were looking at a lot of different solutions, and you know, Dan can tell you a little bit about some of our work over the years on living wage campaigns, trying to fix social assistance. And in Ontario, as is the case in many provinces across Canada, social assistance rates remain woefully inadequate and don't come anywhere close to meeting what people need to meet their basic needs in terms of covering housing and food and utilities and personal hygiene, and to say nothing of being able to participate in the community. And so we were looking really for new ideas and new solutions to respond to the depth of poverty. And in 2016, there was an Ontario budget, and a little line in that budget indicated that the government of Ontario was going to plan a basic income pilot. And as all of you will know from listening today, and you know, it's not the first time basic income has been tried in Canada. It was tried in Manitoba in the 1970s, and certainly there were very, very strong results there. But the government of Ontario really wanted to see what basic income could do in a 21st century context. And so after a year of consultations led by former Senator Hugh Segal, and a really important report and recommendations he wrote up, the government decided to pilot the Ontario Basic Income in 3 communities. And my community of Hamilton just happened to be one of the locations. The other 2 communities were in Thunder Bay, which many of you will know is in Northern Ontario, kind of resource-based economy, lots of forestry and mining, as well as a smaller, more rural community, Lindsay, in Eastern Ontario. So out of those 3 communities, 4,000 people were going to participate, and there would be an additional 2,000 people who would be considered as part of a control group. Participants of the project were going to be randomly selected among the residents of the regions, and they had to be between 18 and 64 years of age. The financial threshold for inclusion in the pilot was around $34,000 a year for a single person, and $48,000 if you were in a couple. And there were as well people who were already employed who were going to be part of the basic income pilot as well. Many of those individuals, as is the case in Newfoundland, are working part-time jobs, not being able to earn enough at those jobs to meet their basic needs, to pull themselves or their families out of poverty. So those 4,000 participants received up to around $17,000 a year. Couples could receive up to $24,000 a year. And for those who were working, the income would be reduced by about 50 cents for every dollar of earned income. And so things got started with the pilot in 2017. And actually, it was a bit difficult to sign people up for the pilot, because a lot of people thought it was too good to be true, particularly those who had, spent a long time on those social assistance programs. They didn't feel that this was going to be something that was for real, that it would be the rug would be yanked out from under them. As it turned out, they were right, unfortunately, because although we had full enrollment in the pilot, about 6 months later, there was a provincial election. And very sadly, despite promises to the contrary, the new provincial government that was elected decided to cancel the pilot and threw the lives of those 4,000 people into chaos. And so in doing that, they also canceled the official evaluation of the pilot. And so there was this arm's length group of academics who were going to study the outcomes. We weren't able to see those results. But fortunately, we were able to work with the local university, McMaster University, to really determine just what kind of impact basic income had in the lives of those participants. And in a couple minutes, you're going to hear from one of those participants, my friend Jody, who'll talk a little bit about her experience while receiving the pilot. But as a group, and I think to a person, everybody who was surveyed by McMaster University, who was involved in the basic income pilot, felt it benefited them in some way. And the vast majority of people indicated that they were able to see improvements in their health. Upwards of 80% indicated that they were either somewhat better or much better in terms of general health after receiving a basic income than before. The government really wanted to look at a bunch of different criteria, and certainly health was one of them. But really, if people could stabilize their housing, if they were eating better, if they were participating in the community, and importantly, if they were able to go back to work, and or if they were working, what impact that would have. Because as you've heard, probably there's lots of ugly stereotypes out there, but there are the naysayers who will say if you give people a basic income for doing nothing, that's just what they'll do. The statistics actually prove the exact opposite. people who were in receipt of basic income actually used that money as leverage to try to get better jobs, to upgrade their training, to improve their lives. And we saw this time and time again, not only in the personal stories we heard from people who were on the basic income pilot, but in the results from the McMaster survey. And it really showed to us that ensuring that people have that solid financial foundation could really improve their lives in innumerable ways. You know, even things you might not expect. And these are numbers that really surprised me. People who are on the basic income pilot smoke less, they drank less. And those are things you might not, you know, naturally correlate to receiving more income, but that's exactly what happened. And I'm sure there's lots of lots of scholars who could dig deeper on those. But my suspicion is that when you give people money, you're empowering them, and they feel they have more freedom in their life, and maybe they don't necessarily feel they have to engage in some of the activities that otherwise would give maybe a stress relief. So there's that. And there's lots of great stories about just how powerful basic income was in the short time it was tried out in our community of Hamilton and in Thunder Bay and in Lindsay. So I'd love for you to hear directly from one of the participants. So I'd like to ask Jody to say a few words now. Jody is a member of the Hamilton Roundtable for Poverty Reduction, but she's also a community advocate and somebody who cares, very deeply for the community. But she had the experience of being on the basic income pilot. So Jody, if you're on, wondering if you could just share with us some of your thoughts and the experience of how it worked out for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Jody. Yeah, we're having a little bit of audio difficulty here.
Yeah, Jody, we can't hear you too well. I don't know if there's anything you can try on your end, and if not, we can move forward with somebody else if you want to try to come off and come on back on the call. Sometimes those simple things make a big difference. No, it's still really tough. So I want to make sure everybody gets to hear what you have to say, Jody. And so perhaps what we'll do, Chloe, if you're ready, we'll turn it over to you. And then Jody, I'll ask you to leave the call and come on back on if that's possible. And hopefully that new connection will make the difference for us. So Chloe, I'll turn it over to you if you're all set. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I'm a lot less interesting to listen to than Jody, so I will try to fill that space, but it's not going to be anywhere near as compelling, I promise. Hi everyone, my name is Chloe. My pronouns are she, her, and I am based in Ottawa, which is Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory as a settler here, and really grateful to be here today. Hope everybody in Newfoundland is faring okay with recent weather events, but I'm really happy to be invited here and hope your conference so far has been going well. I'll give a bit of my background and sort of how I fit into the Ontario Basic Income pilot picture, I guess, and we might dive into some of these things deeper later on, but basically in 2018, I was starting my master's degree in gender studies at the University of Cambridge in the UK. I had written a very different proposal actually about cash transfer programs in Malawi that I had been accepted to that program with, which I thought was interesting, but was kind of lukewarm about. And the summer before I was actually supposed to start that program was when the Ontario Basic Income pilot was canceled, which Tom mentioned. I had been following that pilot and was really angry about the cancellation, not because I was a huge basic income proponent at that time, but actually really just because I'm a nerd, and the project I knew it had been running as an experiment, and the loss of data associated with that, and the fact that they were canceling something before they had any evidence about it, and all of the ethics around canceling something halfway through, which I'm sure we'll get to. It just made me really, really angry. So a lot of angry tweets and Instagram posts ensued from me. And at some point it occurred to me that perhaps there was something I could do that would maybe be more productive than angry social media posts. Not that I think that angry social media posts can't sometimes be very productive. But basically, I ended up rewriting my thesis proposal to look at the Ontario Basic Income pilot, and was in a gender studies program and was really interested in speaking with people and sort of leveraging and amplifying people's stories and what their experiences, their firsthand experiences had been. So was interested in exploring the feminist potential of a basic income and drawing specifically on the experience of folks who had received a basic income, which is actually pretty limited in the scholarly literature. There's a lot of very theoretical, philosophical conversations about basic income and some really great quantitative stuff, but not a lot that actually hears from people themselves. So I ended up interviewing 26 people across all 3 pilot sites, primarily but not exclusively women. Many of those interviews being thanks to Tom, who set me up with some people and put me in the Hamilton Roundtable office and let me speak with people there. But I heard from every single person unequivocally how a basic income had transformed their life. I heard a lot more than that, but a lot more nuance, but that was the gist. Was every single person, basic income fundamentally, absolutely no question about it, changed my life for the better. So I say that I went into that research feeling pretty neutral about basic income. I was curious about it. It seemed like a cool idea, and left that research really feeling like, okay, this is something really important. I don't feel good about just sort of dropping these stories and going back to life as usual. What now? So I moved back to Canada, and the basic income world is pretty small. So one thing led to another. I think I probably sent somebody an email saying, what can I do? How can I get involved? And then you're connected with every single person. And I was connected with a couple people who were also in Ottawa, and specifically a sort of burgeoning group of young people who were curious about building out a youth advocacy network for basic income. So again, one thing led to another, and now I'm one of the co-founders and co-chairs of the Basic Income Canada Youth Network, which is a grassroots national sort of network of young people who advocate for a basic income, a progressive basic income guarantee in Canada, very social justice oriented, and we do a lot of public education activism, that sort of thing. And we've been running since April of 2020 is our anniversary, the pandemic, when people were really starting to take up the idea of a basic income with CERB and whatnot, was really when we got our start. So the past, I guess, 2.5 years now have really been really, really deeply entrenched in the basic income movement in Canada, and doing a lot of advocacy and activism work that way, which has been incredibly meaningful. And I know without a doubt that my start really came from exploring the Ontario Basic Income pilot and seeing how much of a positive impact that had on people's lives. One of the really, I think, things that I'm the most proud of and that I think has been really cool so far in my experience with the movement that I'm sure Tom is probably waiting for me to talk about. But last year, the BICYN, the Basic Income Canada Youth Network, my co-chair and co-founder, Kendall David, was working on the McMaster University project that Tom mentioned. And both of us were sort of grappling with all of this data that we had and seeing it and seeing all of these powerful things coming out of it and thinking, okay, there's got to be a way to get this out into the world. And we were both reading specifically the way that people were talking about how they spent their money. And that being everything from, I bought fresh vegetables and I didn't have to worry about it. And oh my goodness, it was so great to get to eat goat's milk or name brand cereal, or like these very specific food items that people were so happy to get to eat. Or I bought my daughter a new mattress, or I bought a new winter jacket. And just these these really compelling stories that were really kind of visual and so material. And what we ended up doing was we partnered with the McMaster study as well as the Hamilton Roundtable and launched a social media campaign over the summer of 2021 called Basic Income Bought Me, where we really tried to highlight what people spent their basic income on. And that, again, was everything from the fresh fruits and vegetables to the Nutella to the concert tickets to, everything from basic needs to things that just brought people joy and that everybody deserves to have regardless of what your income is. So I can put the link for that in the chat, since it's a campaign we're really proud of. And I think if we're thinking about what the effects of a basic income are, I think it's a really cool way to sort of see some of the ways that basic income impacted people's lives, just in terms of how they spent the money. But I'll end there, I guess, and happy to answer more questions if they come up.
Chloe, thank you so much for that. I think I remember the Basic Income Bought Me hashtag, and I know it sort of changed how I was thinking about this. It's really useful to take the idea from this big picture piece of social policy down to individual choices. And sometimes when we're advocating for basic income, politicians will sort of bring up the paradox of choice with folks sometimes and say, well, how are we sure that people are going to make quote unquote the right choices with this type of money? And I always tell them that thankfully nobody judges the choices that I make with my income, and nobody judges those politicians on the same criteria. Thankfully, but I found it really interesting to contextualize those choices into little bits, and thinking like, gosh, who's opposed to Nutella? Really. I think we've got Jody back on the line, and if we do, Jody, I'd happily turn it over to you and hear a little bit about your experience.
I've been back and forth on how I wanted to approach talking to everybody today, because my life has changed a lot in the last little bit, and basic income would have made a big impact today. But I'm going to start with telling you a little bit about my past and my family struggles, very personal struggles. I was a single mom for many years with 3 amazing children, 2 who were special needs. I was married for over 20 years. Before that, I lived a comfortable middle-class life, the perfect little white picket fence. We had a trailer, 2 vehicles. So when poverty hit, it hit hard. 20 years of marriage ended, and I was alone with my 3 kids. I had been in school trying to obtain my second college degree in social work at the time, and I was only going part-time, but of course I couldn't finish or go back to school at that time because I just couldn't afford it. It was very stressful. There were so many things that were happening that I look back on now, and I wish I had the knowledge that I have now, because living in poverty is just absolutely horrendous, especially when you have children. So when I remarried, things did change a little bit, and my income did, of course, increase, but still working full-time. My husband, we still live in poverty, which is sad. We still live week to week. And basic income came into play, and I thought, no, I'm not going to apply. I'll never get it. It's in all honesty, I didn't think it was going to happen. So Tom pushed me to just apply. So we applied, and we were accepted, and I was blown away. And that part of the basic income that I received was life-changing for us. Life-changing that you wouldn't believe, the little things that changed with basic income for us. So our youngest special needs daughter has a rare genetic disorder, and she has something called osteogenesis imperfecta, which means brittle bone syndrome. She breaks very easily. So there's a lot of trips to the hospital with her. And I'm going to just use this as my main example, because it is a big one that will never, ever leave my heart. She had broken her leg, and I had to take her in. And this was before I had remarried. And I drove down and I didn't have money for parking. I also had a little one who was, I think, 6 years old with a broken leg. So it wasn't like I could leave her at the door and go park the car. And it wasn't like I could carry a little one with a broken leg from a parking spot on the street to the hospital. So I had no choice but to park at the hospital and hope and pray that I could get in touch with someone who could bring me the money to get my vehicle out of the parking lot. And the shame and the humiliation that I felt having to basically call everybody I know to see who could get down to me to get the car out, I'll never get over not being able to take care of my little girl properly. And instead of concentrating on her at the moment, I'm concentrating on getting the car out and being able to get her home at the end of the day. And that is a feeling that I can't explain. I was devastated by that. And so when basic income came, what it gave me was the ability to buy a parking pass. That gave me a monthly parking pass that I could go back and forth anytime that we needed. And I would never be stuck again, not being able to give her the basics of getting to a hospital without stress. It was a life-changing thing for us. Being able to say to her after she's been in physiotherapy for an hour and she's been working so hard, yes, mommy can buy you the drink that you want afterwards, instead of having to say, no, we'll have to wait till we get home. That $5 doesn't seem like a lot to a lot of people, but that $5 was a couple loaves of bread. So I had to make choices. And that was a choice that basic income gave me to be able to reward my daughter for working hard to be healthy, buying her that little smoothie. While on basic income, my husband ended up getting injured at work. And when he got injured, he went off work and needed surgery. Surgery led to some health problems with his heart. It was as simple as letting basic income know that our income changed, and they adjusted that income so that we could still survive, so that we could still pay the mortgage, so we could pay the bills. Yes, it wasn't like enough to make you, super comfortable, but it got us through when at that time we really could have lost our home. It was scary, and I can't articulate how important that was to us at the time. That guaranteed income was just absolutely imperative to our survival at the time. If we want to move on to COVID hitting. Well, when COVID hit, my husband was working, had just got back to work, things were settled in, and suddenly he's laid off again. We applied for CERB. CERB worked just like a basic income. Now I've experienced both of them. CERB saved us again. A simple thing as guaranteeing an income to pay those daily bills. It was what kept us afloat. It was what kept food on the table. It was a basic income. And without it, I don't know where we would have been. When you're living in poverty, you're always constantly worried. I'm constantly worried about my children, but when you're adding the stress of money, it makes you feel like you're completely broken. It drains so much of your energy. As an example, I sit up at night and I go over my budget, and I go over it till early hours of the morning sometimes, to see what we can live without, what we don't need. That is so mentally straining that when you get up the next day, you feel like you've been through a tornado. Right now in my life has suddenly in 6 weeks become a complete upheaval. And another example of why a guaranteed income would be so important. My husband was diagnosed with cancer 6 weeks ago. In that 6 weeks, he's had massive, massive surgery. He is still in hospital right now and will not be returning to work. Well, we really don't, definitely this year. And we are living off of sick pay, which I'm thankful for. Don't get me wrong, I'm thankful that we have his sick pay, but his sick pay is less than 50% of his income, which means for us right now, we're worrying about survival for him, but we're worrying about survival for our household as well. And what a stress relief it would have been to have a basic income that said, hey, we can jump back in and help you. We'll get you through this until you get over this traumatic thing that's happening in your world right now. I can't stress how much that would have made a difference to us right now, so that I wouldn't be worrying about the simple things like how am I going to afford boost his food to keep him alive? How am I going to afford that? Basic income would have made that happen. And I wanted to make sure that I talked about this right now, because we have been off and on with income for the last little while between his illnesses, between COVID and now with cancer. And we've lived with it, with CERB, we've lived with it with basic income. We're living without it now. And the stress on me is unbelievable. But I know we will get through, because we seem to always get through. It just would be much nicer to be able to get through without having to stress about other things and be able to concentrate on my family. One day when my daughter is older and she's more independent, I'll be back to work full time. But for right now, this is our world. This is our reality. I mean, when the basic income, when we were on the basic income, things changed when it ended. Like, it ended so abruptly, and my daughter was on a medication that we had to pay for by cash. It wasn't covered by any drug plan. We had to stop that medication. We have never been able to again restart it. And that's another very frustrating thing. But basic income allowed us for some time to be able to do those things. It made life so much easier for us. And I just want to stress, like, how stress of lack of income affects you physically, mentally. There's not enough I can say about how, I know money doesn't buy everything, but at least if you can pay the bills, it takes away some of the stress. And it would be a super amazing thing right now if we had that in our world. So I just wanted to share a little bit about what's happening with us personally. I'm kind of going off the cuff today, so I'm sorry if I'm a little bit all over the place. Lack of sleep is in there too. But basic income to us is life-changing. And I really, really hope that with all the advocacy, one day soon, we will see that back, and we will be able to not stress that something as major as cancer is going to be affected by income. Because that's what's happening right now.
I know I speak for everybody on the Zoom today when I just want to say a sincere thank you for the openness and the vulnerability of sharing your experience with us. It's not an easy thing to do, and I just want you to know I really appreciate it, and I learned some things from your time today, and so thank you very much for doing that.
No
I hope your husband's feeling well, and that you do indeed get through it. And so just I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say we're thinking about you right now. We're going to take questions at the end. Before we take questions through the question portal, I do want to turn things over to Elaine Power. Elaine is a professor at Queen's University and literally wrote the book on the basic income pilot in Ontario. And so Elaine, thank you as well for making the time. I think you've been with us all day. And so I've noticed your thoughtful questions, and I'm excited to hear you tell us about what you've done.
Thanks so much, Dan. I'd just like to start, but it's hard to follow Jody, and Jody, I'm really sorry to hear about your husband. I've also just spent the last year in treatment for cancer, and successful treatment for cancer, and I've often wondered, because I'm in the fortunate position of having a really stable income and a good job and a home, and I've wondered so many times about how people manage without that. And so I'm in Kingston, which is the territory of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee people. I grew up in North Sydney, and my parents are still there. I know people in Newfoundland and Labrador know North Sydney. And I lived for a couple of years in Port aux Basques in the late 80s. So my thoughts have really been with the people on the Southwest coast over these last few days, and also thinking about what having the stability of a basic income would mean for people whose lives have been so uprooted and devastated. I started doing basic income work almost 10 years ago. I'm a professor at Queen's. I've been teaching a course on the social determinants of health since 2004. And I always talked about basic income as a kind of a theoretical thing. And then in 2013, there was a man, Rob Rayner, who worked with Canada Without Poverty, who was on the Basic Income Canada Network Board, who started a campaign for a basic income guarantee. And he came to Kingston and spoke in my class. And we had our first meeting of the Kingston Action Group for a Basic Income Guarantee, many of whom are retired Queen's professors who have a lot of passion, who are really smart, who are also really politically connected. And when we got together, in the fall of 2013, I thought, this is such a no-brainer. There's so much evidence to support the benefits of basic income. Surely, we'll have a basic income for everyone within a few years, because it just, as I say, seems like such a no-brainer. And here we are. I've had a lot of moments of feeling quite discouraged, because clearly evidence is not enough. It takes a lot of political action, as Leah Gazan talked about in her talk. I'm feeling really proud of Atlantic Canada for the work that's being done on basic income in Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia and PEI and New Brunswick. It feels like a place where it could be more possible than Ontario, certainly right now. And I was very impressed with Minister Abbott and the possibilities there of collaborative work between provincial and federal governments, if we can get the federal government to start paying attention. In Ontario, I think in 2015 was a really big year here in Ontario. We had over 40 municipalities sign indicate their support for basic income. We had over 200 medical doctors sign a letter to the Minister of Health advocating for basic income. We had the various public health departments and associations also really advocating for a basic income. One of our group members met on 2 occasions with at the time the Premier was Kathleen Wynne, met with her senior policy advisor to talk about basic income. And I think one of the reasons they were willing to take a chance on the Ontario basic income pilot was because they knew they had all of this support, that they had community support, they had the support of health professionals, medical doctors, and many, many others. So that on the ground, building that political support for basic income, I think is really important. PEI, I know, has done, through Cooper Institute, has done an amazing job, again, on the ground. And I think that's what's happened. That's what I see happening here today in Newfoundland and Labrador, that bringing coalitions of community organizations together, organizations with interests in improving the lives of people living in poverty, to work together to start creating that pressure. My a lot of my research is on food insecurity, and I follow very closely the work of Val Tarasuk at the University of Toronto on food insecurity. And Newfoundland and Labrador is one of the few provincial jurisdictions where we saw decreases in rates of food insecurity because of social assistance policy. And it does feel like a place where, I don't know, I like to think politicians still care about people who live on low incomes. So I really applaud your efforts. As I say, it's hard to follow Jody, and I know there'll be lots of questions for her. So I'll just stop there and say, keep going, and I'll be watching and cheering you on.
Elaine, thank you. Thank you for that. There is the first question, and I'm happy to put it to you, Elaine, but if somebody else wants to jump in. The question was, why did the Ontario government kill the pilot? I was going to answer this, but it occurs to me I'm the least qualified of the four of us, so I don't know why I would. So go ahead.
I still feel, I actually feel rage. I feel like there are times when I feel like I could just self-combust when I think about the cancellation. They had no evidence they made up lots of excuses, but they had no evidence. I think it was a purely ideological move that they didn't want to give. Our Premier, Doug Ford, is clearly doesn't want to, quote unquote, give people money for nothing. And I think that's how they saw it. So I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in on that one, but it was completely, totally, it still makes me sick. We were my co-author, Jamie Swift, and I were in the middle of doing interviews actually for our book when the announcement came. Jamie was literally having an interview with John Mills in Hamilton at the time. And it made, I guess it really gave us a lot of energy to move on the book and made it even more important. But it leaves me speechless.
So those of us, it's interesting, Elaine, to hear your perspective on Newfoundland from the outside, and thank you for sharing that. I've sort of been curious about how we've been working hard in this space for a long time, and I say we as a very large community of folks, and specifically the nonprofit sector, who care about basic income as a policy alternative. And when we look at Ontario and Hamilton specifically, seeing the work that was done in that community for so long around many different types of poverty intervention, and then seeing the participation in the basic income pilot and then the dissolution or the canceling of the basic income pilot, I wondered if maybe Tom is best to answer this. I wonder if you could help me understand how the community has reacted, because Tom, you and lots of others have built the roundtable around collective action and supporting one another in this work for so long. And I wonder how folks are reacting to life now that the pilot has been canceled, and whether you're still mobilized and motivated to do the work in the same way, or has that changed in some way?
Yeah, it's a great question, Dan. I think certainly we've seen extraordinary mobilization from those individuals who knew basic income best, the participants themselves. So you certainly heard Jody's story. One of the things our roundtable did fairly early on in the pilot was to organize a group of basic income participants to be able to share their stories in their own way. So just after the pilot was announced and Hamilton was chosen as a site, I started getting all these weird media calls from all over the place, from the BBC and from Japanese public television and from the Wall Street Journal, and they all wanted to talk to somebody who was on this basic income pilot. The Wall Street Journal happened to be the first media organization that came, and even before people were randomly selected for the pilot, and started talking to people. And I was a little bit uncomfortable because, some of the leading questions from, and that's kind of a right-wing perspective, I suppose, a business-friendly perspective. Some of the leading questions I think were unfortunate. And we wanted the participants to be able to to share in their own words and within their own comfort level, just how basic income had changed their lives. So we formed this little speakers bureau, provided some media training, public speaking training, to be able to really empower people to share their stories in their own way. And Jody was one of those participants. There were a lot of great folks who were able to just share how basic income changed their lives. And that, I think, did more than anything else to really change the trajectory around support for basic income in the community. So people learned about it through people who were experiencing basic income. And then after the pilot was canceled, there was widespread, everything that Elaine said, widespread anger. But the support that came from kind of unusual places was really surprising. So just as an example, the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce, a group, that you may not expect to be a, basic income friendly crowd, came out with a letter asking the federal government to pick up this pilot that the province dropped. And they went even farther, led by the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce and the Thunder Bay Chamber of Commerce. They went to the National Chamber of Commerce conference and got, I can't remember how many members the Canadian Chamber of Commerce has, something like 200,000, but got them to support the idea of a national basic income pilot because they were so enthusiastic about the stories they'd heard. So we had certainly labor leaders, faith leaders, politicians of various stripes, not the conservative ones, but certainly a wide array, I think, of local leaders supporting it. And it really led back to the fact that they were hearing about basic income from the people who experienced it firsthand, people like Jody.
Gosh, that's it's inspiring. I think it would be easy to feel discouraged in that moment as a community of folks doing this work. And so I just would like to commend you again. That was a leading question. I knew the answer to that one, Tom, because I've seen the result of the work that you guys have continued to do. And those of us here in Newfoundland that are doing the work hard often do so with lots of great modeling across the country. And so thank you all for taking the time, for being a part of that work elsewhere that we look to and will continue to look to as we do this. If no one else interjects with a question, I think I'll turn it back over to Mika. But just as I do so, know that I really appreciate the four of you taking the time to be with us today and to help us understand this from your point of view.
Thanks, Dan, and thank you all of you for being on this panel and providing, I think, great context for what the pilot has enabled us to learn, as well as a bit of a roadmap for how it might be, those learnings might be applied moving forward. I think next on the agenda, we have Sister Elizabeth Davis joining us to provide reflection on the day so far. And for folks who don't know, Sister Elizabeth Davis has been led the Health Accord process and has been actively involved in, I would say, social justice work broadly in Newfoundland and Labrador for a number of years now. I'm not sure I can give your work much justice in an introduction, but I'll leave your concluding remarks to you, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mika, and thank you to the group for inviting me. On this eve of the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, I would first want to respectfully acknowledge the territory in which we're gathering today as the ancestral homelands of many Indigenous peoples. We acknowledge the territory of the Beothuk and the island of Newfoundland as the ancestral homelands of the Mi'kmaq and the Beothuk. We recognize the Inuit of Nunatsiavut and Nunatukavut and the Innu of Nitassinan and their ancestors as the original peoples of Labrador. And we do strive for respectful relationships with all the peoples in our place as we search for collective healing and true reconciliation and honor our beautiful land and sea together. Today has been incredibly rich. We have seen the power of advocacy for many, many years for basic income. We've seen the evidence, clear, uncontroversial evidence. We've heard the real stories of real people's lives. And all of that comes together to say to us that this is a dream that will not die. It's been very many years. There are some people on this call for decades who have been fighting for this. Some people on this call who've just joined this advocacy movement. But it is relentless. It will not die. So that gives us hope. As Mika said, I was one of the co-chairs with Pat Parfrey for Health Accord Newfoundland and Labrador. And that accord was in response to a compelling case. The Health Accord created a strategic vision and direction to improve health outcomes, and health equity in our province. Its vision and its directions are rooted deeply in the, again, evidence-based conclusion that the social, economic, and environmental factors in which we live and work and play and greet each other are the factors that have the bigger influence on our health. The health system much less so, and our own genetics even less. So if that is true, why don't we respond as if that were so? We have spent in the last 40 years an increase of 230% in terms of spending on the health system, 6% in terms of increased spending on our social systems. So while the evidence may say the social, economic, and environmental factors have more input, the fact of the matter is the money says we don't believe it. And that is one of the challenges we're facing in trying to address the matter that we're talking about today. It's not simply a matter of bringing in more money. It's a matter of truly transforming how we look at society in general and how we look at governing our society in this 21st century. It's really not surprising that poverty and inclusion, and I put the two together, that basic income is both about poverty and inclusion. If we do not address poverty and inclusion, we will never have a healthy society. Very simply. We will never have a prosperous province. Very simply. These are the very high correlates with ill health, exclusion, and poverty. They are unjust, they are systemic, they affect individuals and families and communities, and until they're addressed, we will never be healthy as a people and as a province. We didn't mention that second part much today. We spoke very much about the influence of basic income on the lives of individuals and families. What we haven't spoken well to is the overall impact on the health of the province as a whole. And without a basic income, we are never going to become a prosperous province. We have sought to be one since we joined Canada in 1948, when we joined out of desperation because we were so poor. And yet we have not achieved that level of well-being and prosperity that we deserve, and that even brings us to the median for the rest of Canada. A basic income would be instrumental in helping us reach that as a province overall. To end poverty and to reach inclusion, there are many pathways that we need to follow, not just one. And basic income is one, but it's not enough by itself. So we always have to keep that in the broader context as we spoke to in the Health Accord. What we do know for sure is that small steps, ad hoc measures, incremental steps, and reactive actions are not going to bring about transformative change. They may affect a few individuals here and a few families there, but they are not going to bring about the systemic transformation that will be required and is absolutely essential. A basic income is one of those fundamental steps, a very important fundamental step. The Health Accord saw that as so important. Two of our calls to action focus specifically on that livable and predictable basic income, which is the language we use. We speak of it first as for individuals in general, and secondly, in the context of families and families with children. We have learned so much, even in my lifetime, about intergenerational poverty and the fact that a poor child growing up is more likely than not to become the parent of poor children. That intergenerational poverty is unjust, inexcusable, and should not be allowed to continue in a society that holds itself as a free democracy. So when we look then at basic income, we need to see it in the context of other pathways to inclusion. We need to see it in the context of climate emergency response. We need to see it in the context of care for children and the link between the health system and the school system. We need to see it in the context of having an age-friendly, not an ageist society. So it always has to be taken in that broader context. But by itself, it is a fundamental, essential step to the transformation that we're looking for. Linked to that, and I don't need to talk about basic income. We've been talking all day about the components of that. But a second tenet of the Health Accord, the first being the social, economic, environmental factors have more to do with our health than anything else. The second tenet is that we cannot do it in isolation. We cannot continue to support the silos that allow us to maintain the status quo rather than to bring about the transformation. All of you gathered here today are actually evidence of how silos can be broken down. The amazing thing about basic income is you can have a Hugh Segal in the same conversation with an Elizabeth Davis. Hugh Segal and I would be opposite poles politically, and yet we both were, when I started in this work, equally passionate about the need to do this. So it allows for the diversity of coalition that's absolutely essential. How to bring about this will only happen if we have that diversity of coalition, if we had governments at the federal level, the provincial level, and the municipal level, and Indigenous governments coming into the conversation. If we have the public sector and the private sector in the conversation, if we have the multiple groups in the community sector in the conversation, if we have faith-based communities in the conversation, only diverse coalitions acting persistently and passionately together right across the province, and I would suggest right across Canada, will make this come about. Now, when we look at Atlantic Canada alone, our own province, there are a number of coalitions that have developed. They're not as well linked, perhaps, as they need to be. I note that Marion Party and others from the Religious Action Coalition, a group of Jews, Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Sikhs in Newfoundland and Labrador, have been championing this for some years now. I also know that there are Atlantic Canada groups who are meeting, supported by the Tamarack Institute. I know that municipalities like Moncton and Halifax and St. John's have finally begun to put this matter in their council chambers in debate and for resolution. So I do see a momentum building, and I think the challenge for us now is to make the linkages across those various groups. It is important that we not see basic income in isolation. We have to look at as its partner, if you will, a livable wage, and really the bigger question of decent work. Many of us who are involved in investing today know that challenging major corporations to really encompass decent work within their organizations is something that we are strategically trying to bring about. So I suspect we find where there's a group struggling to bring about basic income, that same group is probably strategically working as well for decent work, for climate change response, for inclusion. The reality is that we can choose to end poverty. That's both exhilarating and sad. We can choose to end poverty and exclusion, and we haven't done so. But we can choose to end poverty and exclusion. And why we haven't been able to do so, while much bigger amounts of money are being spent, is worrisome to those of us who are getting older and hoping it'll happen in their lifetime. Why? Why haven't, despite all of the evidence, despite all of the passion about this, despite all of the persistence with this, why haven't we still been able to make this happen? Clearly, persons who are in need of basic income do not have political power as others do who are wealthier in the society. That might be one explanation. Another explanation is the tendency in our society to be reactive to immediate emergencies. So we will react very quickly to a health system that's being challenged now with shortage of family doctors and emergency rooms overcrowded, and yet we, for some reason, won't make ourselves go back to look more carefully at the source. And I think part of the issue as well is that we're not fully understanding how important basic income is for all the citizens and others who are resident in this province, for the betterment of the province as a whole, and not just for the group whose lives are immediately improved by this kind of movement. My learning from today is a very positive learning in that there are many groups from many sectors of our society who want this to happen, who are convinced that it must happen. My plea is that we not lose our passion, that we not lose our persistence, that we remain relentless. My plea is also that we really attend to making the coalitions that are in existence, linking them together, so that this movement really begins to accelerate at a time when we as a society, we as a world society, global society, are being challenged more and more to the right, to governments that are denying the rights of refugees and migrants, to governments that are ignoring the challenges of the climate emergency, to governments that speak about caring for all their citizens but really do not. I think we have to build an alternate group of people who have equal voice, equal passion, equal persistence, equal relentlessness in bringing this about. A failure to do this is to deliberately choose not to end poverty and exclusion. That is not just, that is not fair, and that will not make any of our lives better. So these would be my reflections in terms of the wonder and the joy of this day, my deep gratitude for being allowed to be part of it, and my plea that things like the Health Accord, things like the Coalition for Basic Income, things like our movement to make our place safer, more inclusive, healthier for all those who live and work and play, enjoy each other here, that this plea will not go unfinished or unheard. So Mika, these are my reflections.
Thank you so much, Sister Davis. I really appreciate your reflection, your thoughtfulness, and for wrapping up our day in such a good way. I'm going to hand it over to Josh now for the final thank you and kind of the closing of our afternoon together.
Thanks so much, Mika. And Yeah, and thank you, Sister Davis. I had the privilege of serving on the Health Accord Task Force, and so I've had a ringside seat to Sister Davis's leadership over the last couple of years, and it's been just such a joy to be adjacent to and to listen to. And yeah, so we're at the end of our day together today, and I just want to say first, thank you for spending a day on Zoom with this crowd of people. It is not easy to spend a day together looking at our screens, no matter the quality of our snacks. So just thanks again. I think that speaks to the place that this holds for many of the people on this call. And I really have to say, I think this day looked a lot like the day we hoped to have when we started planning this event months ago. We were able to start with a grounding in what we're talking about, which is, I think, with the basic income conversation, actually a very critical part of any day like this. We were able to take a bit of a journey around some of the work that's happening in Atlantic Canada. And again, I think it's really worth recognizing that this part of the country is leading the way on basic income in some really concrete ways. And if it's going to happen, it'll happen here. And I think we heard that over and over today in different ways. And we got a clear picture, I think, of what the provincial and the federal contexts are for this work. And finally, we heard about basic income in the most real terms. And I do want to, again, thank Jody in particular and all of our friends from Ontario for sharing that. I think it makes a real difference to have people able to speak and to share in this way, and that we no longer have to lean so heavily on the experiments from Manitoba that were now 50 years ago, and that we have this wealth of knowledge and lived experience in today's context. So yeah, I hope from my lens, I think speaking for the organizing team here, that everyone does have a clearer picture of the many different threads that are being woven together to move this province and this country towards this kind of transformation that we've been talking about today. And maybe a clearer sense too of the lots of questions that still need to be answered about all this. And we'll record some of those. There's some rich conversations happening in the chat and in Slido, and we of course didn't get to everything, but I think we did touch, at least I hope, on some of the important critical comments and questions that rest with this and rest with this conversation. So where to from here? Hey, as Sister Davis said, we cannot do this in isolation. This conversation clearly needs to grow to more sectors at more levels. I think for the folks on this call who are already in some way committed to advocating for basic income, I want to remind us all that the door is maybe open wider than it ever has been on this. Between the work of the Health Accord, the opportunity that's open with the social and economic well-being work that's happening, many other things, the growth of these grassroots coalitions, it's super clear we need to keep servicing this idea. And I think it's become very clear on this call how important it is to in particular, push our federal representatives to engage in this conversation in a meaningful way. There's also, I think, some concrete next steps out of a day like this. We will have a recording to share with some of these rich conversations. There are a ton of resources. Some we sent around in advance. We'll mine the chat for many different links. So we will share those things, encourage you all to read and discuss and engage wherever you can on this stuff. So once again, thank you for coming. And I want to do a special shout out to the team behind the scenes who made all this happen. First, thanks to Mika. It's always a pleasure to be in a meeting facilitated by Mika McCurdy. And we're so glad you were able to do this. And thank you to 3 all-stars in our shop here at Food First. Heather, who our communications coordinator, who has been making this Zoom call run. Maddie, who was handling a lot of the things behind the scenes, sending everyone emails. Laurel, who has stepped into a policy role with us and is working to support this event. They are all amazing, and it was really a pleasure to work with them and to work with the organizing team. Lots of them are on this call, and of course, and to all of you presenters, who many of you spent the whole day with us, or as much of the day as you could. You shared your time and your thoughts and your energy. So just again, thanks to all, and we really appreciate the chance. I'm personally leaving this conversation pretty energized, which is a lot to say about 7 hours on Zoom. So that's a good sign. Thanks, everyone. We'll be in touch with some of the resources, and please take what you can and do with it what you can to keep moving this conversation forward.